Welcome back, everyone, to Red Spotlight Entertainment. I'm Alexis, and I'm joined by my good friends here. David Francisco. I'm sorry. Yeah, David Francisco. And sorry, I forgot your name for a second. And and Peter Martinez.
I think everyone can see what this is. You know, like you always have to make a comment how we're not friends.
Peter, that would imply people could see you to begin with, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, of course, this is David Francisco and Peter Martinez, longtime association with Red Spot Entertainment, of course.
Association. I built this place.
I don't know what to say to that. Do you want to share exactly how? There's evidence to that claim?
I think it's self-evident.
Okay, great. We're going to go ahead and continue off of last week's episode, which was the 500th. And today is episode 501. And Peter, I'll go with you first, since apparently you are the star of the show. How does the notion of 500 shows sit with you? How thoroughly disgusted are
you? Pretty thorough.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
There's nothing you can. I mean, you don't want to drop the facade for a sec, you know, and like let us peer in through your authentic thoughts about what it honestly feels to have done something like this for 500 shows instead of just playing the part.
Are you implying I'm not being authentic?
Why are we going to engage in redundancies? Just go ahead and answer the question that I asked you.
Well, I think my answer was answered with the question. Let
me ask it another way. Can you please provide more detail than simply just scratching the surface?
What does that mean?
It means can you go ahead and explain your thinking behind why are you so thoroughly disgusted with the fact that this has been a show with 500 episodes?
I mean, I could have learned Chinese in that time.
Yeah.
You know how many hours? Have we ever done the math? Let's say if it's 500. Let's see. Average. Let's say 2.5 hours, because some of them are 2, 3. So 500 times.
Do you enjoy doing this?
2 hours and 30 minutes.
That's ultimately the question that I want to know. Is like, do you actually enjoy doing this? Because sometimes it does come across like the only part of this that is actually really enjoyable for you is when you get to basically lay into one of the people that are on this screen. So
I'm sorry, David.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's the one that I was referring to in that instance, but either way, I'm not sure he would mind. Did you guys feel it went well last week, the 500th?
Yeah.
No?
1,150 hours.
I'm not sure if... Come on, you didn't do the math on that.
I just did.
Yeah, how many hours did you attribute to each one?
2 hours, 30 minutes.
That seems right.
Would that be the average?
I'd say some run 3, some run a little shorter.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, we talk about 500 episodes, but...
Yeah, times
that doesn't account for all of the other ones that we did, which is a lot.
Yeah.
So there is that. David, by the way, we had some comments from your sister. What the hell was she talking about? That you gave her side eye?
Yeah, I have no idea. She sent a clip of it, but I'm like, wasn't really much of a side eye.
I think she interpreted it as side eye. I think you were just literally, because I did see that you were like looking to the left, but I assume you were looking at the monitor, right? The picture. or something,
Yeah.
right? Like, what were you looking at?
I honestly don't know. I can't remember what I was even doing while you were talking, because I was doing something like moving stuff around.
Can you set up okay, I'll give it to you. That way I'm not the only one speaking the entire time. What exactly did she say? And she brought it up today in the morning.
Yeah. She said, David side-eye when you say I barely have a weekend free. I'm dead. And I'm just like, I have no idea what the heck she's talking about.
So I was saying, she's in the clip, I was saying that those who know her best know that she barely has a weekend free.
Mm-hmm.
And her response to that clip was to single you out, that you had given her side-eye. And you were like, I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be somebody who was reading too much into that?
I think so.
I kind of remember it a different way, but okay.
Well, I mean, go ahead. Illuminate us with what your perspective.
I remember side-eye. I thought we were on the same page, so I understood.
You see, I would like to believe you sometimes, but the part of me kind of also just is throwing up red flags, thinking, are you just trying to stir the pot here just for cheap entertainment value?
Okay,
because
first of
I
all,
don't
stir the pot. I didn't even know this. I didn't know that she complained about it. I thought it was.
You were just told about a minute ago, so I feel like
that's what I
are
mean.
you...
I didn't know she had an issue with it.
It wasn't an issue. She was laughing about it.
You see, you even saying it was an issue is an example of you trying to stir things in a direction that are not actually quite there.
Okay. All right.
I just don't, Okay. By the way, am I understanding it correctly that she just completed a tour of California? What the hell was going on? Because I was seeing
on the world tour.
I was seeing like images from San Francisco, Lake Tahoe, and Yosemite National Park.
Mm-hmm.
Just to name a few. In the course of a single weekend.
Yeah, pretty much. She went to visit my cousin.
And she's still living.
Yeah.
How do you withstand that many miles in a single weekend? Like, I feel like I would be like dead.
What was that thing Kyle said about her? She's got a lot of mileage on her or something?
Did he really say that? Because I can't remember. Did he ever really say that?
Remember, he was comparing her to like a roller coaster or something?
Well, that he did say, but I guess they're saying that the implication once was that she had a lot. Well, that was your interpretation. Remember, the funny thing about that moment was that everybody had a different, like, they heard something very differently.
Something like she's run down or something. Like, it was.
Well, it's like
that's what Kyle said. I was in shock.
There was a dispute whether or not he was saying, because he referred to her as out of operation and ready for you, or out of operation and ready for use.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was either
if she's
you or
out of
use.
operation, why would she be ready for use?
Or maybe she was saying back in operation. Maybe he said back in
yeah.
operation, like a ride would be.
Mm.
But he's still comparing her to a ride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is important.
Yes. So for those people who were wondering where she was for the show's 500th episode, she was basically going on a blaze. That's a wrong choice of word there. She was going on a quick tour of California. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't use blaze with California.
She was on a sex tour of Thailand.
Okay.
But okay.
The screen's this way.
Did you see what happened to them today?
Happened to who? Thailand? Wait, what did she do?
No. Okay. I'm talking about the earthquake.
They had an earthquake?
The 7 something magnitude earthquake that devastated like various parts of Bangkok, Thailand.
I was asleep from like 9 a.m. to like 30 minutes ago, so.
Okay. All right, so just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think she should apologize. That seems uncalled for.
Wait, who should apologize?
Moreno.
For what?
Does she not have something to do with the earthquake?
Okay. Anyway, so I'm wondering when she'll come back, but you know, I just wanted to put that out there at the top and see what happens. If anything were to happen, of course. A lot of what we're going to be talking about today ends up really tying in nicely to what we talked about last week, adding in some more stuff. But I do want to ask, Peter, have you completed, knowing as I asked this question, the answer is no, but curious still to see exactly where you are, your list for, and I want the audience to not have a stroke when I say this, not the list of 10 favorite movies from 2024. That's not what I'm referring to, but the list of top 10 favorite films from 2023.
I got 2 movies left.
Can you identify which movies those are?
No, because I think there's a good chance they'll be on the list.
What's the harm in identifying what those films are?
Because then what if they don't make the list?
Is one of those movies Past Lives?
It could be.
A movie that you probably at this point have already owned on disc for well over a year, mind you.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You know what? It was back when Best Buy was selling Blu-rays.
Which at this point was a very long time ago.
Mm-hmm. I would say that's accurate framing.
Okay, how about your list of 2024 films?
I have to finish half a movie.
Are you fucking kidding me? You still haven't finished The Substance?
Here's the thing.
It's been a month. You still haven't finished The Substance?
Here's the thing. Are you going to listen? Or are you going to yell?
You're killing airtime here, Peter.
I was expecting a yes or no.
If I am not talking, that is your clue to continue to go ahead. I'm giving you the floor.
Okay, I will keep that in mind for future reference.
What did you think me staring at you meant? Like that was me. No, that was okay. Sure, that was me shutting up, as you like to say, and giving you the floor instead of you dwelling on it and wasting 15 seconds of time. What do you mean it wasn't clear? What do you want to do? Give you a hand signal to like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Now go ahead and talk.
It's just very uncanny. Okay, I just think you're not used to like shutting up, so when it happens, there's like you don't have the like mannerisms.
I feel that is intentionally disingenuous of you to put that out there. If you genuinely do feel that way, I think you probably need to have your head examined, because that's just not how things have been. Now, with you, that might be a different situation, because on you like to cut me off a lot. You can't let me finish a thought sometimes, and so perhaps that might be misconstruing that perception.
Oh, okay. So you stop talking. Okay, that took a minute. Anyway, I have a reason for it's because I started watching these samurai movies. Been watching a bunch of old 70 samurai movies, and they're pretty cool.
Cool. Okay. How many of them are there?
6.
Okay. Well, good for you, I guess. On that one.
Told you I had a reason.
Well, yeah. But whatever the reason may be, it is, of course, delaying the release of that recording and show any further.
2.5 movies. That's it.
Okay.
We're
2.5
there.
movies,
We're
sure.
at the finish line is right there.
2.5 movies.
It's right there.
But it does feel like it has taken 2.5 years.
I mean, I wouldn't say half. 2.25, maybe.
Don't you feel that at that point it is just worthless to even try and distinguish? Are you okay?
Hold on. My arm.
Okay.
I think I pulled my arm.
David,
Call 911.
I don't know what the hell's happening. Do you have a list of films to pull from? Oh my god.
I moved it in a weird way. I'm dying.
Sorry. David, do you have a list of movies to pull from either year?
Yeah. 2023, for sure. There's more that I would like to see for 2024, but I mean, I always just like whatever list I have by that time, I just use it.
Okay.
But yeah, I for sure have a list for 23.
Does this movement seem weird?
No.
I can't see shit, so I don't know what are you moving exactly.
Oh my god.
You just moved your head, I can see that, but like, what were you talking about? I wasn't referring.
What were we talking about?
Exactly. I mean, I think what we should be talking about is what the hell is your issue with light? Because I know for a fact you could do a whole lot more. I think a 2-year-old could do a better job at providing more lighting than you can. First of all, it's bad enough that, personally somebody delivered you means for lighting. You want to get out of the box. You won't use it for a podcast, even though you've gone on record saying that you're saving it for the 500th. We're in episode 501 now, okay? So that obviously went out the window. And then you don't even need to use that ring light because you have an overhead light in your room. Instead, you're sitting in darkness, letting the TV light hit you so we can see maybe half of your face.
I'm watching Dune.
Yeah, great. Good for you. That really isn't the point of discussion here right now. The thing is this. I wanted to communicate it very clearly to people who are watching this. God forbid anybody is. But if you're wondering to yourself, why is there a ghoulish, goblin-looking thing that you can barely see on your screen? It literally has nothing to do with me. I have gone out of my way. I have gone so out of my way to provide means. And he took that and he basically took a shit on it. So, and yes, you did. Yes, you did. And that's how I feel. And I've communicated to you exactly how I felt. It has been months since December. You continue to do this. And like at this point, any normal person would have just well, fuck you too, guy. It's like, what the hell? It's like, I'm trying to help you. I've made it clear to you. This is what I want. You don't give a damn. You kind of like, just deflect, say, no, I'm wrong. You're right for this reason here and there. At this point, I'm just like, you know what? To people who are watching, God forbid again, I wash my hands of it. It's not on me. I tried, and clearly I cannot work with somebody who chooses to use this as a continuing means of entertainment via my frustration. So,
this seems like a behind-the-scenes conversation.
I'm tired of having it behind the scenes because it's going nowhere. So we're taking it in front of the scenes, just to go ahead and no, professionality really is not concerned here. When you literally just said that Alexis should apologize to Thailand for the earthquake she caused. I mean, I don't know what the hell.
I thought that's what you were implying.
I was what?
Yeah.
When was I implying that?
Well, because you brought it up.
You're the one that brought up Thailand.
Yeah, in connection to Miss Moreno.
I don't see the connection. You're like, I don't see the connection between her and Thailand. Has she been to Thailand, David?
No.
The one place on earth she hasn't been. Okay.
I don't know.
I like that cup.
Oh yeah, it's nice. This is a Hydro Flask.
Yeah.
I'm trying. This is me being nicer since apparently last time I was rude about when you were pointing out my cup, and so
I was you can't. Okay, I can't even compliment you without you getting angry.
Well, no, this is me accepting your compliment. Since last time, apparently I didn't accept your compliment, and I shut you down pretty hard.
Yes. I'm glad you acknowledged that.
This is me. Well, there was a reason why I did that, because you're being an ass.
What?
So it's like...
What? How? I don't even remember.
You were using the compliment as a way to, I don't know, paint yourself in a positive light in the midst of all the things that were obviously being said about you in the moment that clearly made you look badly. I mean...
can't even give you a compliment. Oh, man.
You just did give me a compliment, and I just accepted it. But I also explained why I accepted it.
Okay.
It was out of spite. In case that did not come across
I'm
clearly.
glad that was made clear for everyone.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Trying to see, what other grievances do I have? Let me see. Well, you know what? It's not fair. Why am I hogging up all the time? Peter, what grievances do you have that you want to air out?
So, as far as movie news goes,
no, I meant with me.
Had major. Oh. No, I thought.
Who cares about movies? I meant with me. What other grievances do you have with me?
I thought this was a movie podcast. I don't have grievances with you. Why would I hold hate in my heart?
Okay. Sure. All right.
What grievances would I have?
You don't even turn on the GIF that I gave you.
The GIF? You gave me a GIF?
The damn light. You see, you can't even... Okay. I'm moving on. All right, so last week we talked about two films, which I believe were Mickey 17, and we also talked about Anora. Now, this week, Peter and I were not able to see anything new, because quite frankly, there really isn't anything that interesting happening, or there wasn't time to really go and see anything. On Red Spotlight 501, we're going to talk a lot about what is happening with Snow White, in large part because David saw it. So he can come back here and report to us about what the movie is really, and then we can get into it. And then other things that I wanted to bring up involve AI Miyazaki, and then Marvel's embarrassing Avengers cast rollout. So those will be coming up. At this moment, if you two have anything else you want to bring to the table as far as discussion items, Peter, at some point we can talk about your physical media collection.
I was gonna
what is
ask,
it?
do you have any positive stories on the docket?
I was trying to find some, and the closest I can think of was that's why I was pivoting to you to think about anything, or
Oh, wow.
also maybe spotlighting physical media. I mean that seems to be a go-to positive. I think I was trying really, but like what has happened in the last week or two that was positive? Can you two think of something?
I did also watch
Um,
the Looney Tunes movie.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, it was good. I thought it was pretty funny. I liked the little twist that there was with the whole thing. I was actually pretty surprised that like Daffy and Porky like made a good pair. Like I really because
you're
I
not a
saw-
Looney Tunes head.
I mean, I don't know. I saw a few of like the original cartoons and all that, but the thing that I kind of watched a lot more was, well, for one thing, Baby Looney Tunes. I can't remember what it was. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about?
That was the name, Baby Looney Tunes.
Oh, okay. I thought I thought it was
Yeah,
something else.
that was it. That was it.
Okay, that one, and then they did bring back the Looney Tunes show, but it was Daffy and Bugs living together in one house, and so that's why I was kind of surprised, like, oh, Daffy and Porky Pig on a movie together, and not Bugs Bunny or anything. But I still
To you, that was like a whole new idea, that combo.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
So
Go on.
but yeah, it was pretty cool. 2D animation. We'll always get love for that.
No, for sure. Yeah. And that looked great. From my understanding, there were like in the canon of long-standing Looney Tunes cartoons, a lot of people were like, well, the dynamic duo would be like, Bugs and Daffy, right? Like, obviously the two head honchos of the Looney Tunes being there. But no, I think some people far prefer the Porky Daffy combination. I think, to me, now I don't know if this is where Peter was going to go with it, but I know that when in the early 2000s, I was a big Cartoon Network head, and on Cartoon Network they had a show called Duck Dodgers, where the main characters were Daffy and Porky. So that's like kind of where I most remember, like, oh yeah, those two actually work really well off of each other. So yeah, Peter is a much bigger Looney Tunes head. So I'll pass it over to you, Peter, about the long history of those two characters together.
They've always had a certain dynamic, right? You have the Bugs and Daffy dynamic, where it's like Bugs is the cool, level-headed, to Daffy's anger and over the topness, and then you have sort of the shy, touchy, Porky, unsure, next to the manic Daffy, and that's like the Daffy Porky combo is like the second best combo in Looney Tunes, next to Bugs and Daffy. Looney Tunes, they're really good. I would tell you to go on Max and see them, but they just removed them all. So
yeah.
So I'm
See,
sure someone.
Like, what positivity is out there right now? I'm trying, but the more you scrape through, the more negative stories there are. Like, what do you mean? The fucking
I'm sure
Looney
someone
Tunes
will
were
make an
taken off.
AI video of Looney Tunes, and you can watch that. Oh, did you ever see Hundreds of Beavers?
No, I still haven't seen that.
But you saw Snow White?
David did watch Past Lives.
Past Lives?
Yeah,
He did.
and Perfect Days.
Did.
I've seen Perfect Days. I've seen it too.
Okay.
Well, someone doesn't really mention it all that often, so I guess that must reveal how they think about it. Although, appearances can be
Didn't we have a
deceiving.
whole discussion?
We did have a whole discussion about this. In fairness, wait, no, not with you. I don't remember ever discussing the film with you.
I'm pretty sure we did.
Not at length. It was more of just like you acknowledging that you watched it, but you never really talked about it.
I thought we had a whole review.
When did we ever have a review of Perfect Days on this show? I couldn't. I would love to have had one back in 2023 when we were watching, and talking about the films of that year. But as far as I'm aware of, first of all, David told me a few months ago that he watched it, but no, there was never an official review of that movie on the show.
I am all but certain we had a discussion on it. Maybe it was with another podcast I'm part of. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was this one.
Your contract stipulates you cannot appear on any other podcasts. So that is not aligned with the Red Spotlight
name.
Network. So no,
specifically under that name.
No. That would not have happened unless you're outing yourself, in which case litigation can be pursued. But then again, we live in a country where the rule of law means nothing. So there, you can just do whatever you want.
Again, more positive stories.
That's why I try not to touch that, man. I'm trying my best to not touch it. Is Perfect Days going to make an outstanding appearance in your top 10 of 2023? Is that why you're not talking about it now?
Well, usually, unless there's an official review, I won't talk about the movies, especially the ones I really like. Save it for when we have those discussions. I had assumed we already had the discussion. I was pretty sure we did.
Shall we just go ahead and do an impromptu review of Perfect Days? Since all three of us have had the chance to see it then? Because
it seems like you need this.
I have needed this for over a year now. And I'm not even lying. I have needed this for a long time.
Before we do this, quick question. Did you ever see the film I told you to check out called Patterson?
I have no recollection of that conversation.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
I have no recollection of that conversation, so I'm not sure what it is you mean.
Is that the one with Adam Driver?
Yes.
Okay.
Good work, David.
I've seen Paddington. But... Okay. Do you want to pull up the Letterboxd? By the way,
yes.
Pull up the synopsis. But before you begin, we have never. All of us obviously are on that app. I have seen a trend where, what's it called? Some people go and peruse around the app and look at some people's Letterboxd 4. I wonder if what would we think? I don't even know. Do you two even have a Letterboxd 4?
I don't know what that is.
Knowing you two, you probably don't.
No.
Yeah.
I just make lists.
Mm-hmm.
You're an active user.
On your profile, you don't have 4 movies. Now, to me, I don't have my 4 favorite movies. I just have 4 movies that I feel define me in this moment. But then again, everybody has a different interpretation. Some people literally feel like if you pick 4 films, that's your top 4, which can be the case. But you guys don't have that, and you have no desire to do that?
Well, don't you follow me? Can't you pull up my profile?
I never even knew you can do that. So,
what do you mean? You don't know you can do that?
I just look up the movie, give it a rating, and for these new ones coming up, I make a review. For example,
look at this page. This is Zoe Rose Bryant, somebody who I follow. This is who she has in her 4 Letterboxd 4: The Matrix, Boyhood, Eternal Sunshine, right? Eternal Sunshine, and then also Lady Bird.
One Snake. Okay.
Fuck you. I know the one that you meant, and go to hell. Because I know the sneak that you meant was, of course, and I can't pull it up. Okay, it was Boyhood, but clearly that's an impeccable film, and you calling it a sneak, fuck you.
I mean,
anyway,
it took 12 years to make.
Yeah. David, you literally had no idea that people do. Here's another one that I follow. Here's 4 different ones by a different user. Oh God. No, you have nothing, Peter. This is your account. You have no
sweet.
profile.
There's movies.
That's a watch list.
Oh, okay.
You have 20 lists published.
Mm-hmm.
One that says 2024.
Yes.
I assume this is a log of films that you liked?
For the most part, yeah.
You're missing one.
I'm missing a few.
Yeah,
I haven't
okay,
updated it in a while.
Just making
I haven't
sure.
updated it in a while.
Okay.
Like, I don't even have a 2025 one.
Why would you? There's been like 0 things out.
We saw Companion. I like Companion.
I mean, the proportion of things that have come out, it's been 4 months and it's just like nothing. But there's one, I mean, the Brutalist in here, but like there's another one that you saw before the Brutalist. Actually, just like, there's 2 other ones you saw that I know you like, and like,
name them.
Of course, Nosferatu and Queer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. I haven't been putting.
Yeah, so it's just like, not quite. Anyway, well, I guess that throws out my idea. Since you two are not going to have a letterbox for, I guess there's no sense in like evaluating anything. I thought it would have been fun.
We could just judge you. Let's pull up.
Yeah,
yours.
no, that's not fun at all. So let's go ahead and move on from that. Do you have Perfect Days loaded up?
Okay, so Alexis Soto, top 4. I don't know if you can see.
There is no top 4. As I mentioned, and I made very clear, those are top 4 films that I happen to think define me in this very moment.
Luca?
I don't like making top 4 lists because all it does is invite this needless speculation or criticism into it. And this is not a conversation. And you're just like using this again as an opportunity to take away from Perfect Days, which is something that I actually want to talk about. So if you can go ahead. Yeah, I did. And I already declared that it would not work, considering the fact that it would just be entirely one-sided and the whole thing would be turned into an hour of just evaluating me. And who the fuck wants that? I sure don't. So let's go ahead and talk about something that I would actually enjoy, which is this movie.
Okay. Perfect Days. Directed by Wim Wenders. Beauty is often found in the smallest details. A week in the life of Patterson, a poet bus driver, and his wife Laura, a very creative artist who lives in Patterson, New Jersey, hometown of many famous poets and artists. I'm sorry. That must have been mixed up there for a second. Sorry, I have a touch of the consumption. In a world of fleeting moments, find the beauty.
In a world.
In a world.
In a world. Hirayama is content with his life as a toilet cleaner in Tokyo. Outside of his structured routine, he cherishes music on cassette tapes, books, and taking photos of trees. Through unexpected encounters, he reflects on finding beauty in the world. Starring Koji Yakusho. And a lot of names I'll butcher, so I'm not going to try. That's the main dude. And of course directed by Wenders. So, this was a movie that Mr. Soto, oh, you also have a Japanese name, loves. He has loved for quite a while. I think you have a shrine to it in your room, don't you? You have a big old poster. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay. And it's something that he has wanted both me and Sir David to watch for some time now. So, because of the kind of friend I am, I watched it as soon as humanly possible.
You mean after a year, okay? After a year. Let's not know. As soon as humanly possible is a flat out lie. Let's not waste
an incredibly busy year.
No.
The second I had enough free time, I popped that puppy in and I watched her. Okay?
I watched her.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a really good movie. I really, really like it. It's real good.
That was David's thoughts exactly, from what I understand.
David, go.
No, yeah, same. It was really, really good. I like the main character. And as someone who's been to Japan,
oh, look at this guy.
All the shots of like the city and everything, I was like, this is kind of taking me back. I like
Is that
it.
how their toilets look?
Sure. But yeah.
Do we have sanitation like that here in our city?
Fuck no.
like an official like toilet scrubber?
What is sanitation? I mean, to be fair,
I feel like we should, because those bathrooms looked immaculate,
Mm-hmm.
and they're public restrooms.
Yeah, we went to one. I actually went to a public restroom once, but like it was completely hidden. Like we would not have been able to find it until we asked someone to help us, and literally it's just
in
like
Japanese.
I think he was. I think we had to use like Google Translate or something with him.
Okay.
But it was like this sliding one that was just like in the middle of like an alley almost.
Is it one of those with like double? I see. So they have some that are like double-sided mirrors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it looks like a glass box, but it's like you can't see.
We didn't go to anything like that. The only like really public one was the one that I was mentioning, and then there was one where Ale and Susan went to one, and they immediately left because there wasn't any toilets in that. Those were ones where you had to like squat down, and like yeah, it was weird.
They didn't got the traps for it or what?
No, but yeah.
Okay. So the reason why I bring up Patterson every time we try to talk about this film is because they're actually very, very similar in that it's sort of a quaint look at someone's life and the joy and beauty in simply living it. With Patterson, it's this guy just married, bus driver, and every day he drives the bus, takes his dog for a walk, stops by a bar, goes back home to his wife. And that's the whole movie, right? But he also likes to write poetry, and he also just likes to sit in the park sometimes and look at the leaves, and it's really beautiful. And you have something similar to that here, and it's I like though a little bit the way this one touches on the way just the small ways you get entangled in other people's lives, right? you know, and not even for a long time. It's just the very human thing of weaving in and out of other people's own stories and what they're going through. So like the new guy he had hired that was sort of training under him, and the girl that he was trying to impress, and, you know, even his own family, his niece, right? And the way that just through small actions of living and interaction with these people, that sort of influence, right? I'm a big believer in the idea of being self-made being really bullshit. I think everyone is made up of the millions of experiences they've had with with the hundreds, thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people that just sort of slip in and out of your life on an everyday basis. You know, I think you are the clay that society builds around you. And a lot of people, I think that's a beautiful thing, though. I think this film sort of highlights that. And the lead performance is actually really, really incredible. What's his name? Koji is his name? Yes, Koji. He's been in other things, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Cure. Have you guys seen Cure?
Mm.
You should watch Cure. But he was fantastic. And yeah. It was one of those things where it's like, damn, Japan. Does Japan get hot?
I don't think it was hot when we were over there, so I don't know. We did take jackets. We had to wear jackets when we were over there. I think, where would you go? It's actually
Peter?
been almost 2 years, actually. Exactly 2 years. Since I've gone
I don't know. I was just saying, the simple framing of like just a city. I don't think I'd survive in Japan. I think being in a country where I don't know the language is like my worst nightmare. I think that's terrifying to me. Like, you just drop me in a random country and I don't know what everyone is doing or saying. Bad.
As opposed to the one that you're currently in, which is basically a falling empire.
Yeah, but
actually, a rising empire, if you look at it from a different perspective.
Sure, right? But like, if I go to order like chicken nuggets, like, it'll be so simple, you know?
Yeah.
Versus, I don't even know what food exists in Japan. I'm not a big fish guy. It's no good.
What? Do you like fish, Soto? Like, literally, my sister, Sergio, now Peter, it's like they don't like fish. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Really? Sorry. It's
Thank
a little
you.
pet peeve.
Somebody had to say it.
Mm.
But again, watch every one of those fuckers you just pointed out would like completely like wash their hand to that claim as soon as you say, oh, but fish tacos. And
Honestly,
then all of a sudden they like fish.
I used to say that. I don't even say that anymore. I'm not even crazy about fish tacos.
My God, come on. Susan was the only one that
disgusted David's ever been.
Susan is the only one that likes fish, but she was pregnant at the time, so we couldn't even eat sushi or anything like that. So
oh, when you were
Would
over
it make
there,
her
she couldn't
like,
have sushi?
no, yeah, we couldn't have sushi because she was pregnant at the time. So
What, the mercury or what?
No, it's because of raw fish. It's like not good.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You know why? It's because I always think of like fake sushi that we have here, where it's like everything's just like fried. It's not like real sushi.
Yeah. So couldn't enjoy it much. I even tried.
I thought
squid.
it was one of those things where like when you get pregnant and then it's like certain things you love are like revolting to you, or like. You know that thing? What is it, like Pisco or something?
I just realized you all went to Japan and none of you had sushi.
I know. I
Wait, what did you eat?
So we did manage to eat ramen a few times. They were delicious. Best ramen I've ever had. The thing though is that we wake up too early to go to any other restaurants, and then when we come back too late to eat in any restaurant. So a majority of the time we spent most of our food like at McDonald's or like
My god.
Was it a 7-Eleven that we went to?
Typical American.
Now I'm disgusted.
I know. I'm disappointed in myself
very
too.
disgusted.
I tried. Okay, I tried squid over there for the first time.
Live squid?
No, it wasn't live.
They got that shit.
Yeah. It was.
They got food that'll crawl away from you. Crawl
Yeah.
off your plate over there, okay?
Yeah, it was grilled squid specifically that I ate for the first time. It was pretty good.
How was the McDonald's stuff? Was it like exactly the same as here? Because I know they have different.
I like he was trying to tell you about the squid, and you're like, "Fuck that!" No, let's hear more about this McDonald's thing. How is that?
Well, I mean, that's what he ate most of the goddamn time. I would think you'd have more to say on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember what kind of burger I got. I think I might have gotten like some kind of teriyaki burger, and it was pretty good. I think the best one I got though was like a, what is it, McMuffin sandwich from over there, and it was for sure it tasted better than ones here. So
Is it still sausage?
yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay. Because I feel like they don't eat as much cow.
No, yeah, there's some places serve cow. But yeah, there were like I said, ramen. It was delicious.
You guys should have got some like street food.
I wanted to. The thing though is that you can't eat and walk at the same time. You gotta like once you eat your food, you gotta stay there in place until you finish it because they don't want you to like make a mess as you're walking and all that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, but then also too, there's no trash cans around anywhere. So if you have trash, you're gonna hold on to it until you go to some maybe like a restaurant or like another restaurant or anywhere or back home. But yeah,
damn.
But I mean, it just forces you to be like, okay, guess I gotta hold on to this, to like track of your own trash and all that. So you just can't eat as much as you want. I also tried what is it, like green tea ice cream or something like that. Or
Ooh,
those are really good.
how was it?
That's
Green
good.
tea.
Yeah,
Because I like green tea. Green tea is good.
I don't like tea in general as much, but I really want to try the ice cream because I mean,
You live in the valley, you piece of shit. What do you mean you don't like tea?
I think tea. Well, what tea do you mean, Peter? Do you mean like natural, like flavorless tea, or you mean like sweet tea?
Tea.
Okay, because I find tea in general, I the taste.
Yeah.
No.
The thing is, I'll drink tea. That's the way I feel about like black coffee. I can't deal with that.
I don't drink coffee either, so
It's just a cup of bitter. It's like a cup of Mr. Soto. High five. That was a good one.
Okay.
We were talking about Perfect Days. You got to tell us how you feel about the film.
So, well, we were talking about the bathrooms, right? Because that was actually an interesting aspect of the movie.
Yeah,
because the production. Let me see here. So I'm gonna read some notes that I have here. Right after COVID, after the. Are you okay?
No, I told you this before.
Are you? I'm sorry, I just got thrown off by that cough. I'm like, what? That sounded bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Right after the COVID-19 pandemic precautions eased, Wenders was invited to Tokyo by Koji Yanai to observe the Tokyo toilet, a project in which Japanese public toilets were redesigned in 17 locations throughout Shibuya with the help of 16 creators invited from around the world. Wenders was invited to take a look at the uniqueness of each of these facilities. At first, the producers envisioned Wenders would make a short film or series of short films on the facilities, but he opted for a feature film with co-screenwriter Takuma Takasaki explaining that the conception of the character of Hirayama felt like, which by the way, David would know this, that sounds like a Pokemon, right?
What was the name?
The name Hirayama.
Okay.
No, the name is there's a Pokemon called Hariyama.
Mm-hmm.
Just because your name's Soto doesn't mean you can get racial.
Hariyama, and then this is Hirayama. Felt like a new territory for them. The film is produced by Mastermind Limited in Japan. So the film was shot over 17 days in Tokyo.
Holy shit. That's like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's so crazy. It's funny because you'll see like a piece of shit film and they're like, yeah, it took 2 years of my life, like constant shooting, 18-hour days, you know? And then you'll see another like classic film. It's like, oh yeah, I just spent like 2 weeks in Japan. It was good. And it's like, okay.
I remember, I think we talked about it, but when it was revealed how many days it actually took to shoot, for the Daniels to shoot Everything Everywhere, it's like 40-some days, I think.
It's like a month. Like 1 month, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny, that the influence of like Japan's literally like, check out these awesome toilets. And he's like, oh my god, inspiration. Yeah, I gotta move. Like, people make fun of like, we're gonna do a movie on Candyland, or like, you know, the studios have like just stupid ideas.
Mm-hmm.
But then, I still maintain it's like, well, you can make a movie about anything, right?
Well,
but you just have to have that artistic freedom to like, let it just make something, you know, and not be held down by like bullshit.
Yeah, no. One of my favorite animes, it's all about these kids wanting to learn how to be good chefs. And like every episode, there's always like a battle between two students, see who can make the best dish and all that. And like conceptually, that sounds ridiculous, but like as the episodes go on,
most animes do though.
No, yeah.
Animes,
I mean, there's also like another
anime.
anime.
Ridiculous.
There's another anime about this guy who wants to make the best like spa or something like that, or the best
spa.
Yeah, or like, I think it was like the best public restrooms or like public shower place or something like that. This is another one. What's it called? The devil gets a part-time job or something like that. It's like there's all types of ridiculous things. Oh, one that's really interesting. I think it's like 100 Things to Do Before Turning into a Zombie, where this guy who spent like 2 years of his life just working 24/7, and then the zombie apocalypse started, and he's like, I don't have to go to work. Yes. And so after that, it's just him like finally doing things that he can do it because didn't have a single moment of peace working at his job and all that.
That sounds like a very relatable show.
Yes. So like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like over there, they just make up whatever kind of stories they want to make, but yeah, with the right writer, it can be something amazing.
Yeah, no, I think like what you're saying, it's cool to see that sort of jump from, you know, hey, check out these cool toilets, to being like, I got an idea for a character, I got an idea for a movie, and I'm, you know, now it's in the Criterion Collection.
Yeah. I think like the closest over here that we made something crazy conceptually, I think maybe it's the Lego Movie. That's the first thing that popped in my head. But
yeah, that's why those directors, Phil Lord and Chris Miller, they're really good at taking silly concepts and like really wringing every creative juice out of them, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Soto?
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to find.
He's replying to emails, guys. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh yeah, come on. Like I get any emails that are that important. The style of the film takes inspiration from the style of Japanese director Yasujiro Ozu. The minimalist approach to storytelling, the focus on ordinary life, and the 4:3 aspect ratio of the film are all nods to Ozu, which, okay, that explains that. Because it's always interesting when 4:3 is used, and what the reasoning is behind that. Because that also came out, I think Saltburn also came out that year, and that also employed a 4:3, although I'm not really quite sure what the point of that was, but just to throw that out there. Just
I thought you loved Saltburn.
I do. That wasn't a knock against it. I was just wanted to point that out as a curiosity. We can be, I'm not even sure that was critical. I was just me to point that out, like, huh, interesting. So this movie was not nominated for any Academy Awards, I believe. Just looking at here. However, it
not even foreign film. It was nominated.
I'm looking at it right now. Oh no, I'm mistaken. It did receive a nomination for Best International Film. Which is strange because I was under the impression it did not even get nominated, but I think it. Hold on, that seems fishy. This is saying that it did get nominated, so okay, that it was, but it didn't obviously win because I think that year it was The Zone of Interest, which, well, Holocaust movie, that's gonna win. You really can't bet against that one. It did win some awards at the Cannes Film Festival. Wim Wenders won the prize of Essential Jury for this movie, and Koji Yakusho won Best Actor. Generally, at the Cannes Film Festival, that's not nothing.
Cannes is Cannes.
Yeah. I want to read a small paragraph by Thomas Flight about the key character here that we have, which is Hirayama. What is it that lies beneath so much of this suffering? These days, I'm suspicious that the common theme underneath all of these, is our collective inability to be with the moment and the world as it really is. Our constant striving for greatness for ourselves, our insatiable hunger for more, our desire to construct indestructible identities, to protect ourselves, quote unquote, or our country at any cost, our attempts to create perfection instead of finding it where it already exists. Hirayama finds beauty and perfection in his imperfect life, simplicity, humility, solitude, contentment, and slowing down to appreciate the elegant beauty that all life hides in its little corners and crevices. This is what we need. These are radical in the face of the headlong spiral towards self-annihilation we're caught up in, that most of last year's cinema so beautifully and hauntingly illustrated. This is the antidote. Also, Tokyo has some beautiful toilets, which I think we can all agree to that point.
Some good toilets.
There's no knocking that whatsoever.
The toilet propaganda, excellent.
I really do wish I could put into words what it was that this movie made me feel. Again, just like with every movie that I've just adored, sometimes I really do struggle with trying to illustrate what exactly about it makes me feel the way that it does. There's been a lot of quirky ones these last couple of years where I'm just like, you know what? I really like that. And more than that, I can't stop thinking about it. And it actually did have an effect on me. you know, every time I watch this movie, it does two things at the same time. It's like, it gives me something to strive toward, but it also makes me hate myself because I know I can't do that.
Like, so that makes me feel like the Soto I know.
I'd like to be the kind of person like Hirayama is, where like he gets up and he literally, at least from outward appearance, takes such joy and pleasure of every little thing that, you know, on initial impression seems like something he has to do, but it actually is something that he gets to do. And just the whole thing, to me, one of my favorite times of the films is when he walks out the door in the morning, in the early morning, and then he's literally looking up at the world with a big smile on his face, and he's facing the day. And I hate myself because I can never be that way, because I usually, like, I walk out of my house with, like, I'm just a big grump, really, at heart. And so I wake up feeling pissed off that I'm no longer asleep.
But you could be. You could just choose. You just force yourself.
And you know what? I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that. Which is why it's just a constant push and pull with me, but I mean, I don't know. I just can't help my attitude sometimes. Like I walk out of here and sometimes I feel disgusted. I don't feel like I'm like, you know, had this joy. I mean, and that's not to say that I don't look forward to the day ahead of me. I do. It just takes a minute. Like the first hour that I'm awake, I'm a mess. Like I'm just, don't talk to me like at all.
You need that Twitter daily routine video that's been going viral.
Which is,
neither of you have seen it? Oh, okay.
I don't have Twitter.
Okay. So we're gonna right now go online, make an account.
Wait.
I thought he was doing it. Oh my god.
No. I already made a TikTok and I did not want to make it in the first place because I knew I was going to get addicted at some point.
You do not need a TikTok.
I know.
Maybe you
the
need
TikTok.
affirmations.
The TikTok was for the purposes of the podcast. It wasn't for his personal thing.
Oh, we don't need a TikTok. No one wants to hear this shit.
Well, that's our show, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I guess this will be our last episode ever. So it's been great knowing you. I think, you know, topping it off at 501 episodes, it's probably,
I think that's a bold way
too many.
to go out.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I think so.
Just like
I think it's bold. I think you need affirmations. I think you need to have those things where you get up and you just tell yourself, like, today is a beautiful day.
Do you do that?
No. I'm not Alexis J. Soto, so I don't need to. Not to say that I wake up and I'm like, everything's amazing all the time, you know, but I got other things that you do. To me, my whole thing is you kind of have to force yourself to, like, it's mostly negative thinking that gets you there. You just have to force yourself to be like, shut up, head. And if you can force that, you'll be surprised. Fake it till you make it is not bad advice.
Fake it till you make it is quite sound.
Yes.
I do that in other aspects of my life.
Whoa.
No, well, I mean, with the job that I have right now, I did not know what I was doing. Like, I literally had, like, no training whatsoever to do what I'm doing right now. But I literally had to just, like, go on as if I knew I had a clue. And then I found out along the way, oh, this is what you do. Yeah. So I feel like that's genuinely really good advice.
I'm saying you could do that with your emotions too. If you're just like, no, I'm happy.
I try.
I'm not gonna stress.
It's hard.
See, this is why, man, I'm such an amazing friend. This is why.
Somewhere in the world right now, Alexis Moreno is like laughing so loud right now and so hard because, you know, and it's funny because, like, you know, you are technically a friend, but the claim of you, what?
Are you gonna let me finish what I was saying?
The claim of you calling yourself an amazing friend is a clippable moment. I'm just putting that out there right now. Somebody write
you
that
better
down,
include the full clip, which is me explaining why.
Okay.
And why it's because, when you are I feel like I poke the bear in order to prepare the bear, to make sure that you can move past that anger,
Have you succeeded?
No, but I'm working really hard.
You see, to me, I hear that and I just hear nothing but bullshit. Like what you just admitted to. No, what you just admitted to is you intentionally poked the bear, me, as in you literally pushed my buttons on purpose.
Yes.
And you just tried to pass it off as that's you showing that you care about me because you're testing me to see if I'm going to be able to get past my anger one of these days.
Mm-hmm.
No one believes that. No one buys that.
I think everyone buys it because I think if you demonstrate, it's like, oh, this anger is useless, then it'll click.
Okay. Anyway,
so nice.
Please, yeah, so nice. He just tried to literally pass off something that is quite aggravating as something benevolent. I mean, that truly was your most Trumpian moment on the show.
The man's a winner.
I mean, hey, yeah.
He doesn't know anything that comes out of his mouth, but he pretends he does, and it gets him the White House twice, so.
And maybe even more one day.
Well, maybe the same for longer.
Yeah. Anyway, trying to keep positive here. And this is not helping. This film touched me quite deeply because, in the face of so much adversity, in the face of so much darkness and just flat out evil in the world, to me, what I really loved about Perfect Days, and especially Hirayama, is just like seeing a person who is so boldly living his life and finding true joy in the work that he does, in spite of everybody else around them, in a different universe, in a different world. And I know, I forget the review that who wrote this, but literally watching him scrub a toilet felt like you were watching, the painting of the Sistine Chapel. Like it felt that way with how much love
attention and yeah. But see, okay, again, not to bring it down, but this is something that like people that are like obsessed with AI, like images and stuff, and be like, this is art. Like they think it's a great thing. I think that's like such a vital thing that they miss in the creation and even the consumption of art, because they might look at like a disgusting AI animated image running around, right, and be like, oh, this is cool, and then they'll look at something like Perfect Days where it's like, yeah, he's mostly just scrubbing toilets and being like, ooh, this is stupid. I don't know, there's just, I'm not saying if you don't love the film you're dumb or something. No, I'm not saying anything like that, but I do think there is a certain group of people, and it is the people that love like AI art, that I don't even like calling it AI art because it's not art. It's like AI images and videos. There's like this disconnect where it genuinely makes me go like this, like the Miyazaki films. It's like, oh, look, this is AI Miyazaki, and it's like, what did you get out of those films? Like, why did you like them? Like it's so weird it's puzzling is it really just like a collection of like flashing colors to you that like keeps you, I guess, docile for the 2 hours that it plays? It's so
It's like
weird.
asking the same thing. What did conservatives get out of Avatar: The Last Airbender? Or, I mean, it's like the same question to me.
Go
It's
down
just,
like every single like popular series ever. We do that. But yeah, it's weird. But that's something why, to me, it's like, yeah, I love film. I love art made by human beings, because that's what art is. And this is such a what do you call it? Prime example of that, right? It's like, yeah, he's scrubbing a toilet, but scrubbing a toilet can also be profound.
yes, it absolutely can. And I do feel, no matter the occupation, what you did get was this sense of joy, and to some extent happiness. Now, of course, it gets a little bit muddy toward the end, where there are some other things that are revealed to us that make us really wonder about, like, well, his past and whether or not he truly is happy. But I mean, I do feel like the ending of the film really cements, like, this feeling of just continuing to go on and move on, and trying to find the simple moments and appreciating that. It reminds me a lot of the sentiments, of course, of Evelyn's speech in Everything Everywhere, and then we'll enjoy the few specks of time that we have. It reminds me of that. But I do feel like, for me, what made me really relate and connect to Hariyama especially was the fact that he was, as you say, Peter, was doing something that many people would consider to be an inconsequential, and many people would gladly put it out there that, it would make Hariyama a very useless member of society, and that no one would care if he were gone. But I feel like, to me, these last couple of years have been, tumultuous, to say the least. I more I really do connect with him is just the love, care, and attention that he puts into his work. And for me, through times of adversity, whether it be through either mental, issues happening with, mental health concerns, or with, just physical issues happening, or I'm just feeling flat out sick, the thing that keeps me going is the work that I do. Because I genuinely do try. And, to me, even something as, with what I do, in crafting a lesson is just something that, that's, in my way, that's, I guess, art, quote unquote, if you want to call it that.
If people don't know your profession, you're a horse breeder.
As opposed to sticking needles in people. Right.
I'm a tattoo artist.
So that's right. That's right. You gave all of Kyle's tattoos, right?
Yes.
Have you seen Kyle's tattoos?
I was learning.
Anyway, he was such a fascinating person to get to know. I loved that we got to know him through showing, not telling. I think, to me, this is one of the best examples of showing, not telling. And it really forces you to pay attention. And there's so many small things that just zip past you, which is why it was so rewarding to see this, many times. I think I first saw this movie. I think I was taking a test in San Diego for my job, and I had time, so I went to go see it at AMC. Because in San Diego, they're having to show movies like this in AMC and in an actual movie theater.
In theaters. Some of them even, they're premium screens.
Yeah, exactly.
We saw
so when you go see
on
this,
a pretty large screen.
Yeah. And I was just transfixed. And I was just like, I walk out of it and just thought to myself, I can't believe a film this simple. A film that I'm sure most people will be like, that was good. Anyway, let's get back to talking about Oppenheimer and Anatomy of a Fall or something else. It moved me. And it was just a beautiful film to look at. I mean, I love the design and layout of his apartment.
Oh, it's awesome.
On the poster behind me, you can see is him laying down, and he has that little lamp, and he's like reading his book. I mean, just looking at that, it's just like there was so many moments to me where like I feel like this decade for me, I think has like recontextualized like what it really means to be considered cinema or to be cinematic. I feel like the me of the 2010s would be like looking at something like a big climactic action set piece and like point to that as like, oh, that is the finest that cinema has to offer. And here I am in 2025 saying, no, the finest that it has to offer is an actor literally like on the floor reading a book with a little tiny lamp next to him. And I mean, look, there's so many little bits and pieces throughout the film that we can talk about. I mean, just all the different stops that he takes in his journey of the day. When he has time off, you know, when he goes to the bathhouses, or when he goes to, I guess, to eat at one of the bars.
One of his favorite.
There's a restaurant, and then also there's like a small restaurant, there's a bigger restaurant. Also, the woman who he happens to have feelings for, who I think seemingly would, I think maybe reciprocate that. Who knows? But she seems to think fondly of him. Mm-hmm. But he's such a unique individual because he doesn't share much about himself to the people that he happens to be with. He barely even says a word. And I think to me, it is just the images captured, the layout of the script. I think Wim Wenders definitely deserved director and screenplay nominations. And Koji, I think I probably would have voted for him for best actor alone because, I mean, that is almost a silent performance.
Yeah.
And then the end of the film, the expression on his face as it's ending with the music, and it's just like, to me, it was one of the grandest moments of cinema of this decade. To me, it really did speak to me, and I'm just like, wow. Yeah, it moved me. I saw it 2 times in the theater, and then when it became available on digital, I bought it immediately, and like watched it like 3 more times. Like, and I'm telling you, lately when I become obsessed with a film, I just like watch it and watch it and watch it, and I get more of it out every time. It has an amazing soundtrack too, and also a collection of songs that you may not even like know too well. I didn't really. The only one that I knew of, I think, was like "House of the Rising Sun," and then also "Feeling Good." Those are the 2, but it was a really, really good collection of. Oh, and then of course it gets really interesting. Of course, when and it also comes as a shock. It's like, wait, this guy has a family? When they in the latter half of the film. So yeah, it was a big winner for me. I don't know if you want to talk about like just smaller stuff that you guys noticed. I mean, I know that there were some pieces that I've read that have indicated that there's even a deeper layer that hasn't been unwrapped just yet. With like, do you feel the film ultimately is even having a perspective in terms of like whether or not Hirayama's way of life is something that should be strived for? Because I think some people would suggest there are some complications that are introduced especially with the sister. And
that's
also,
that's all very interesting, right? Like,
yeah,
it's not saying he has like a perfect life, right? Like,
no,
something they don't get into it, and I'm glad they don't get into it. It's interesting. Yeah. There's some sort of estrangement he has with seemingly his whole family.
Yeah.
What that was, what caused it. If I'm remembering correctly, there's not even much of alluding to it. It's just sort of...
It just throws you into that, really. Yeah. Family drama.
That sort of complicated, relationship. Who knows, right? I think it's less that like you need to live exactly like him, but more of the joy and the what do you call it? The respect that he puts into what he does every day.
And then also the respect that he has toward the beauty of nature. That's a big part of the film as well. And I really do feel like that right there is what makes this really special. Because I do feel like if it was a movie about like, well, everybody should have their life like this, it would be less interesting to me.
Mm.
David, do you have anything to add on to this or say about what we've been talking about?
Yeah, David.
Okay. No, yeah, I mean, what Peter said, it's like, it's not about, having like a perfect life. And I remember you and I sort of talked about that once. It's like, we were talking about how, like, whether or not he is actually happy with his life. And I can't remember what we said exactly, but we were talking about the title, Perfect Days, and all that. How, like, it was an interesting title to use for this movie and all that. But yeah, that's what I kept thinking. It's like, yeah, it's not about a perfect life. It's not about a perfect week that he had. Because I'm assuming this does take place over a week or something like that. It's just...
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah. It's not a perfect week or anything like that. It's just finding one little thing each day that kind of makes your whole day worth it or something like that, And I think he just genuinely finds that every day. And when he does have like what he considers like a perfect day, because I would say the day he spent with his niece, like a perfect day for him, even though it sort of ended sadly. I love that moment. I love that whole day of it. It's just because it's like, that's going to be memorable for him, even though it ended sadly with his interaction with his sister and all that. That day is going to be memorable for sure. So yeah, this is a really good movie. It's just a movie that you could just sit and watch, and you can feel a part of it in a sense, and it's great.
No, I definitely echo all of that, and feel the same way. It was a special film for me, and I mean, it was included immediately as one of my favorites for of the decade when we did our show last year. So yeah. I mean, I probably should have won international film, but of course, Zone of Interest was that as well. It's been well over a year since I've seen it, and it's still very much embedded deep into my mind. So there is that. Well, with that being said, do we have any other comments on this movie?
No.
You did mention it, Peter. I think I'm not sure what more we can say about the AI stuff, but like, some people have been waiting for Miyazaki to release a statement over what's happened because it.
Why should he though? Like,
I think he already has. Although,
yeah,
not like on like what happened this week, but on AI in general. I do believe there's a quote from him that he said that artificial intelligence is an insult to life itself.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he needs to say anything more.
Here's the thing.
At that point.
And I think, because there's some people genuinely confused. Like, what? But it looks fun. Here's the thing. Art.
We're fucked, man. We're fucked if people are that bad. Way.
I mean, again, who's president? Like, I don't know what to tell you. What makes art special, what makes art is the fact that it is created by humans. It is created by living, thinking beings expressing living, thinking emotions. Every film, every story, every piece of art that you have ever consumed has been about the human experience. Because that's literally, by definition, what art is. And this is why I've always felt that the arguments against AI that they're ugly is kind of dumb, because eventually the technology will get to a place that maybe people find it nice to look at, or you know, they enjoy the images or the video. I would still maintain it's not art. It's not about what's ugly or what's not ugly. It's about how it was created. This is why I still maintain, like, a beautiful sunset is not literally a work of art. It is not literally a work of art. It is a sunset. Mm-hmm. It may be beautiful. You could liken it to a work of art, but it is not literally art. Art is created. Now, if that sunset was literally created by a human being to convey a certain emotion, then it would be art. All AI images do, they are devoid of the sort of work and effort and human point of view that exists when creating something, when creating art. All AI does is steal from thousands and thousands and thousands of images and videos and puts in an approximation, taking from the entire internet and recreating what you think, you know. So it, to me, that's like saying a Google search is a piece of art, right? Like if I type in furry socks, right, into Google, and then an image of furry socks pops up, that's not art. Unless someone took that picture or drew it, right? A human being did it. Throwing in a computer throwing an amalgamation of thousands and thousands and thousands of other artists' interpretation to create what you think it is just, one, it's just stealing from real artists, and two, it's devoid of the very thing that makes art. I don't know, I feel like this is so basic as far as why it's not a good thing. And it really makes me question all these people that do enjoy it. It's like, well, what do you get out of films? What do you get out of television? What do you get out of music? I don't know.
I think that's a fair question to ask. But I guess in the category of like, what did we get out of it this week? Well, I think if you ask the White House, they certainly got a lot of joy out of being able to do this. Which, I mean, what do you even say to that? Like, this is an official tweet sent out by the White House.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that certain people latch on to AI so hard. Those that, to me, feel pretty devoid of what makes them human.
Of course, I agree wholeheartedly. I feel like AI has become a really big part of why I feel, I mean, it's just adding on yet another layer as to why society is just quickly unraveling. And to me, is just like another form of accelerationism, where we're just skipping to the end. We're not even gonna let like AI slowly get bad over the course of a century. We're just gonna go ahead and go to the end and suffer through all of the course ramifications through it. Just the complete disregard for the value of a human life. 10 years ago, it didn't feel anywhere near this way. Not really. But something has happened these last 10 years where it's just like everything is just feeling like it's just been completely and irreparably destroyed beyond any kind of recognition. And the value that we place on a human life is just continuously evaporating before our very eyes. I mean, we're literally now living in a society that its representation is gleefully terrorizing its citizens, one way or the other. I mean, today, before we even did the recording, of all people, what's his name? Larry Kramer, whatever was his, Larry something. What's his name?
I don't know.
Is it Kramer? Larry Kramer, the guy from CNBC that used to be
CNBC.
Some CNBC guy who also used to be a secretary for Trump, basically saying that like tariffs, taxes, economy's crashing. Anyway, when it comes to AI, you know, one of the things that we had not had the opportunity to really delve into too much is how it seemingly, in some instances, was brought up as a non-issue. Like there were some industry people who were just like not taking any because you know, during award season there were a couple of situations that were brought up, right? Which, you know, with Emilia Perez, it was revealed that they used AI to help Carlos Sofia Gascon actually hit the notes because she could not hit those notes when she was singing. And of course, it was also revealed that they used AI during, I guess, it was not revealed to what percentage, but sequences in which Adrian Brody and then the other actors were speaking in Hungarian, which I recall at the time we did have concerns with. But how do you feel about the situation in general, and also how do you feel in the way that the people reacted to it? Because it seems like people just kind of like ultimately waved it away.
People don't care.
Yeah.
More often than not, that's just the answer for everything. No, it's bad. It'll get worse. We'll look back and be like, damn, things used to be better. Rinse and repeat. Ad forever. Yeah.
Okay. Again, that wasn't going to be much positive at all, so we just wanted to get that out of the way with. But maybe this one can actually generate some laughs. Let's see here. Here's the thing. This is the part now where we're going to talk about what happened this week with the MCU.
Oh, you want to talk about the MCU?
So, I don't think there's a way for us to avoid this, because I do genuinely believe that what happened this week was yet another oh, how the mighty have fallen moments with the MCU. Because, I mean, where to even begin? Whose idea was it to announce the cast of the next Avengers film, spreading it across hours and hours and hours? These people are so beyond idiotic. They couldn't see, first, how dumb this was, or two, how easily this would be turned into a meme within an hour. And it was. And it was hilarious. We got, like, before they were even halfway done, we got, like, Carlos Sofia Gascon will return in Avengers Doomsday, or Osama bin Laden will return. I mean, come on.
God.
Just
I like this
hilarious
Sofia
ones.
Gascon. I like that one.
It was great, you know, and that's what it generated the humor, because, like, okay, so we've now crossed the lexicon. We've crossed the point now where it is, I think, genuinely kind of popular to dunk and laugh and make fun of Marvel, because this is just now the place at which they have now arrived at. Now, that isn't to say that they aren't going to have any kind of successes coming up, but I guess to me, what I took away from it was the fact that, this is generating really bad vibes, like right off the bat. And it's not helpful that there was some report that came out this week that, hilariously enough, Kevin Feige is fucking nervous because the electric whatever thing that the Russos just released was like one of the biggest bombs from a critical standpoint ever, and that now he's going to personally oversee the project. Which, oh yeah, great. Like any project that man has overseen and was like very like controlling over has worked out perfectly in the past. Not, obviously, because we have been saying for 5 years now that every time that he goes out of his way to basically be the director of the film, it falls apart. Like, it has no chance. Not that this movie, mind you, had that much going for it already. You know, I think really the most that Avengers Doomsday had going for it was like maybe just crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, that when you reunited Feige and the Russos and Marcus and McFeely, that it was going to be okay somehow. But it still was really working up against an uphill battle. Now, Jesus Christ, this just, and all, it even kind of is really embarrassing for our Robert Downey Jr. as well. Like this just all around, just very, very much just like bad vibes. This really just feels like they used to be, you know, the king of the hill, and now they're like, it's like amateur hour here. David.
So you mentioned like whose bright idea was it to stream this 5-hour long thing announcing the cast?
It was only 5 hours? I thought it was longer than that.
Did you say 5 hours or?
I said, I didn't say 5 hours.
Oh, my bad. I thought I heard.
Although I guess maybe somebody else may have said that. It may have been, but I thought it was like 7 or 8 hours.
I can't remember. Also, but Pokemon actually did a similar thing to this, where they had like this stream going on, and all you're seeing. Oh, this was years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but basically what it was is it was just you see this forest in the background. You kind of hearing some Pokemon also in the background, and every once in a while a Pokemon will pop up. And, you know, it's all the ones that we knew before. So Pikachu, and other stuff. All of it leading up to a brand new Pokemon that we were gonna see in the video game. I think it was gonna be in the Sword and Shield. No, Sword and Shield.
Oh, okay.
Era. And all it was I can't remember the name of it. You know that Pokemon, the one with the flames? It's a horse with flames on it.
Rapidash or Ponyta?
Ponyta, that one specifically, and it's basically a different version of that. It's literally Ponyta, but it's a fairy type. That was the big thing, and it worked out well for them. You know, a lot of people were like watching the stream, like live streaming, watching the live stream and all that, and they're basically just making like a podcast while watching and pointing out things that worked out. So I'm very much wondering if that person thought that saw that and went, "That's a great idea. I think we should do that for Marvel or something," and it just completely backfired on them.
But what you're describing with Pokemon sounds a lot more interactive.
Yeah,
and actually worth watching. Mm-hmm. What transpired here in this situation with Avengers was just a bunch of stupid names on chairs.
Yeah, that's
Here's why that doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one cares.
That's the other thing too.
Like, that's the real issue, right? Like, maybe people would have been annoying that it took so long, but if people were genuinely cared, like, they'd be eating it up. It's like, oh wow, we're bringing back. Who the fuck are they bringing? Like, who cares?
No one cares, and
who?
And the people they are bringing back, there was a time with the MCU where people were saying, I could watch a movie of just them interacting with each other, of just the characters interacting with each other. We don't need a big action scene. I just want to see a little fun adventure with them. You look at all the characters that are going to come back, and you're just like, how the fuck are you going to make this work? We don't know how any of them are going to interact with each other.
Here's the problem. They never put in the work to make you care about most of these characters to begin with. And some of them are maybe overstayed their welcome. A lot of them just haven't interacted, and it's like there's nothing interesting about anything going on, right? So like even back to the first Avengers, right? The idea of Bruce Banner and Tony Stark interacting, it's like, oh, that's cool, that's fun, that's interesting. Okay. None of the, especially because in the past Avengers films, stories for certain characters had been built up into a certain point where it's like, okay, this is interesting. I'm interested to see where I like these characters a lot, and I'm interested to see where their story goes. I can't name you almost any of these characters where I'm interested or care. You know, like Thor might just be done. They've just kind of fucked up his character. Like there's I don't know if there's much anywhere else for him to go. They're not even really fucked up. It's just kind of like he's just kind of done it, you know?
They told the same story like 3 times already, where he's like unsure about being a leader and all that.
Yeah, it's like, we get it, we're good. Like, I'm holding out. This is the only way they bring me back in with Thor, is a solo, what's his name? George Miller Thor film. That's it. That's the only way I'm back in. But who else did they have part of the Avengers? Shuri, they
bring back Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen.
Is there a list somewhere? Somebody pull up the list. Like,
yeah.
Because they spent hours and hours like emphasizing all of these names on the list. But like there were a lot of names where just like,
here we go.
What?
So this is who they named. Okay. Paul Rudd, Ant-Man. Another one where after the first Ant-Man, they did nothing with him. And it's not that I hate Paul Rudd Ant-Man, but it's just like, I'm kind of over it. Like, you had so many opportunities to do fun, interesting things with the character, and you just kind of never did. Nope. So like, all right. Sebastian Stan. I mean, yeah, he's in these. I like him. Simu Liu. Sure. Like, I'm trying to pull out the ones that are specifically the Avengers. It seems to be Chris Hemsworth, Anthony Mackie, which again, they just bumbled the fuck out of his solo film, which you could have made me care about him as Captain America. You kind of did a good job with what do you call it? The first one,
Falcon and
the Winter Soldier show. Maybe if you just never made the movie, I'd feel better. But I just got finished watching the movie, and they did nothing with his character, so I kind of don't give a shit. Then you have Sebastian Stan.
They did such a good job, by the way, of doing nothing with it. I have forgotten. I have seen the movie at least a handful of times now.
I keep forgetting. Remember last time we were talking about movies we saw recently? And I'm like, oh shit, we did see Captain America. Oh my god.
And what's even funnier is we keep forgetting that Giancarlo Esposito was in the movie.
He was. Chris Hemsworth, Anthony Mackie, I'm assuming Simu Liu, and Danny Ramirez. Again, who cares? I'm sorry, but who cares? They've done nothing with your character. And I guess that's the Avengers? Oh, and
yeah,
like Letitia Wright?
Yeah, Florence Pugh.
What a garbage lineup.
Do you see? Yep, yeah.
At least 3 of them are quasi Captain America Falcon characters. 1 Thor, and then not Black Panther, Letitia Wright Black Panther. So it's like, okay. And then I guess they're leaning really hard into the Thunderbolts, which is kind of weird because they full on got Wyatt Russell, Florence Pugh, David Harbour, Lewis Pullman, Hannah John Kamen or whatever, fucking Ghost. They basically got the full what do you call it, cast of
Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts. That better be a good fucking movie with how much they're banking on it. And then,
but it won't. I mean, let's just be honest here. We're at a point where the expectation and the smart money is these are not going to be good movies.
That's the thing,
right?
Most of their superheroes are just soldiers. Like, it's a little boring.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. I like the super in my super. Like, you can have a couple of soldiers, but you can't have 90% of them just be soldiers. I'm sorry. It's kind of fucking lame. And then you have the Fantastic Four. Okay, fine.
Sure.
Honestly, I was gonna say I don't even think they should be in this one, but fuck, dude, they have Doom, so you kind of have to, and it's like, what the fuck? Whatever. Fantastic Four, Loki, which okay, and then you have the X-Men, which is Patrick Stewart, Professor X, Mystique, Nightcrawler, fucking what's his name, Magneto,
Kelsey
Ian
Grammer.
McKellen.
Cyclops, Gambit, and then there's another one. Oh, Kelsey Grammer as Beast. So I guess they're kind of allergic to having female X-Men on their team. Like, I'm not.
Well, unless Mystique she's there, right?
Yeah, the one that says literally nothing and all the stands there painted blue. To me, it's more interesting who's not on this list.
Yeah, right?
It's like way more interesting. For one thing, none of the Eternals. The Eternals.
Well, who was expecting that?
Sure, right? But none of the Captain Marvels. Not one.
Mm-hmm. Which
And
is weird because you have the X-Men, and if you remember,
Yes.
I mean, I highly doubt you do remember, but in the Marvels, one of the characters ended up in a different universe where the X-Men live. So how is she not in this?
But also, they were positioning Captain Marvel to be one of the head honchos of the MCU following Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not.
So
she's not
another
even
victory for the right wing.
I guess, yeah. But like, why isn't there no Jean Grey? Why isn't there no Storm? Right? Like you're telling me you couldn't get Halle Berry back in this bitch? Like,
I mean, she kind of got screwed over the last time she played.
But like, I feel like
she would do
they're
it.
lying, right? Like, because there's gonna be a lot more people in this movie than just the ones they announced. Like, I feel like all those people you mentioned are gonna be in the movie.
Oh,
Like,
no
Halle Berry has to
She-Hulk?
be in it.
No She-Hulk? No regular Hulk? Like,
What about Wolverine?
yeah, no Wolverine. No Wolverine as well.
Deadpool. Wait, yeah, Deadpool's not in this, right?
No, he's not
I'm
in
sorry.
this.
I don't know what story they have. I have a feeling Robert Downey Jr. is going to be the main character. They're going to try and do what they did with
Thanos.
Mm-hmm. They're basically going to have him as like the main character coming in and being like, I am
Your doom.
whatever. I am your doom. Holy shit. Don't worry. That's literally the tagline in the trailer. Watch. I'm putting money down here first, folks.
I am Dune.
I am
doom you 3,000.
Doom. I doom you 3,000.
That's funny.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, if I'm running down the list, Thor, kind of over. Fantastic Four, I have no idea. I'm hoping they pull it through, but I haven't seen the movie yet. And they have such a shit track record, I'm not going to get excited. So, Anthony Mackie, kind of don't care. Sebastian Stan, whatever. Letitia Wright, kind of don't care. Paul Rudd, kind of don't care. Wyatt Russell, kind of don't care. They're gonna have what's his name back? Fucking Namor.
Oh,
Cool, I
okay.
guess. Simu Liu, again, I just was not crazy about Shang-Chi the way a lot of other people were. Florence Pugh, she's funny. I kind of don't care about any of the X-Men characters. Again, this is something I would be super excited about, if all the lead up like did a good job of establishing all these characters and the story, and I'm just into it, and I'm like, all right, fuck yeah, let's just have fun now. Like, let's just throw it all at the screen, and let's see these character interactions. But I don't care to see these characters interact. Louis Pullman, don't care. Danny Ramirez, don't care. David Harbour's funny. Winston Duke is funny, I guess.
What character is Louis Pullman playing?
Sentry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's basically like the Superman of the MCU.
Evil, fucked up Superman of the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
All the X-Men, I liked them when they were in real movies. I don't know what to tell you. And then again, Tom Hiddleston, I like him as Loki, but it's another thing where it's like he had like such a great ending. I get why you have to pull him in, and I think you.
And Loki, you mean?
Thing. Yeah, and Loki. You should watch Loki. Oh, by the way, I keep trying to use your Disney Plus, but I forget that it has like the password.
Is that why I got an email late at night saying that I got like a passcode notification? I was like, who the hell is trying to log into Disney Plus right now? You should have just messaged me. I was awake.
I'm sure you were. I looked at the clock and I'm like, yeah, I'm sure he's awake.
Why didn't you message me?
I can't give you the satisfaction. I want to just like one day.
Instead, you make me wonder who the hell is trying to hack into my Disney Plus account right now. I wonder, did you change my password? Like,
I tried. It made me have to go through your email again, though. It's such bullshit. I won't let Disney win. I will figure a way. I'll figure out a way into your Disney Plus.
What were you trying to watch on Disney Plus?
What was I trying to watch? I don't remember.
Certainly not Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
No, of course not. Yeah, I don't know. Just 90% of this cast.
I'm going to go one step further. I'm going to say 100% of this cast do not care. I do not care. And then also, like this, to me, and I don't know if you feel this way as well, but it's like a faux pas. There are way more characters who we already know are in the movie. You know what was not mentioned? Spider-Man. We already know that Spider-Man is going to be a big part of like that movie, of both of the movies.
Yeah.
And they didn't put Tom Holland's name on there, so it's like, yeah, I think all these people who we mentioned are going to be in the movies one way or the other. The only ones who are not guaranteed are the Eternals and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Everybody else probably will be in the movie.
I'm trying to like piece together what the story would be. I imagine, first of all,
they don't know what the story is. Do you think they know what the story is?
I think it's Doom. I honestly, a big part of me feels like it's going to be a Secret Wars, not Secret Wars,
Infinity War Redux.
Yeah.
Where we literally start with Tony Stark's.
Well, we have to, because we don't know who the fuck this character is. There's no setup, no background, no nothing.
Literally nothing. And I think we're gonna start with him, and he's gonna just start fucking up everything. There's gonna be incursions, and you're gonna see all these other superhero teams. Like, you're gonna see, you start with the Avengers, and then you see the fucking Thunderbolts. And then, like, the X-Men get involved, and maybe he starts by going to, like, Tom Hiddleston and, like, I don't know, fucking killing him and taking his power. And then it's literally going to end with the incursion in which the reality dies, basically. It's going to end on a big cliffhanger of, like, everyone's dead. Just like,
Infinity War.
What do you call it? Infinity War. And then the next one is going to be Secret Wars, in which... he is God Emperor Doom, and it's sort of this like remade world. Well, you know the story, right? You read
now I know the story. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a shittier version of such a superior story, I think. And the thing is, I like the ones that realistically excite me the most, because I like their characters the most, are the X-Men, but I also know they're going to be by far the least utilized. And they're not, like, going to be characters. They're going to be cameos. and they're just kind of exist to like stand in shots and be like, we're the X-Men. Also, a lot of them are close to death. Like, we need to wrap this up.
Well,
I'm sorry.
That's to me. That's why I was so confused, and we did talk about this. Like, why? That's why they would have far been better utilized, particularly McCallum and Stewart, since, as you say, they're so close to death. But like in Deadpool and Wolverine, they should have been in the movie.
They should have been. I don't know why. Like, I'll be honest, that was the movie that should have been like the whole X-Men. They're all there, and it's goofy fun, you know.
All of them, all of the X-Men should have been there.
They should have had all. I don't, because especially if you're gonna make a nothing movie, at least go all out, and like, if it's just about lame cameos, do all the cameos. Like, have all the fun. But then they're doing it with this one, and it's just like...
You know what, actually...
I don't... But again, they're not. Where the fuck is Storm? Where the fuck is Jean Grey?
Wait, I just thought of this. I think... yes, they bring back Ian McKellen and... what's his name? Like,
Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, Patrick Stewart. Yes, it's for the cameo and to get people excited, but also, like... how much do you want to bet that they're doing it so they don't have to recast? Because they're going to bring in like they're going to merge like X-Men universe and MCU universe together.
No.
And I think it's because, well, if they die here and they merge, they don't have to recast them both. Because it's really tough to kind of like come up with a reason as to why they're still alive in 2025.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think they're absolutely going to recast these characters. Because that's all Kevin Feige has left after the Avengers. He's gonna go. This is what I've been saying forever. Especially, and this is only accelerated with failure after failure for the MCU. They're going full throttle X-Men because X-Men is the one franchise. They're a little like Batman, right? Like they are recession proof to a certain extent. Not saying you can't fail with X-Men, but people love them. And they'll come back for them, even with some mistakes. I think the MCU is going to become the freaking X-Men CU. And you're just going to get a bunch of, like, main X-Men titles, spin-offs, X-Factor, X this, X that. I think he's going full throttle X-Men. I think the great thing about a reboot, because they literally did it in the comics, they had Miles was in the Ultimate Universe, and then post Secret Wars, he was in the main universe, right? Because they rewrote reality in a way to now he's in the main universe. He's always been in the main universe. And I think they're going to do that here, where it's like, X-Men always existed. You know what I mean? It's going to be that kind of thing, where it's like a lot of these heroes and characters, they might even clear the board with some characters that they've realized they've written themselves into a corner with, and they have nothing left to do with them. But they're gonna go full throttle X-Men. I'm telling you. So they are gonna recast. I think they have to, because like I said, they're close to death, and they're thinking about the next 20 years.
Ian McKellen, Patrick Stewart is 84. Ian McKellen is 85.
Yeah.
At least Patrick Stewart's going to be in the chair.
But Clint Eastwood is 95.
Yeah, but not everyone's Clint Eastwood.
And Dick Van Dyke is 99.
And certainly not everyone is Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah, that dude can outrun me.
Probably. Yeah, it just feels like, well, if you were looking at this optimistically, and I'm not sure if that's even how you're characterizing this, Peter, but I just feel like
no Doctor Strange.
Yeah, no, but that's why I'm saying that this is bullshit. It's bullshit. Like these people are going to be in this movie.
No Scarlet Witch. Jesus Christ. No Hawkeye.
Spider-Man.
Again, I
Avengers.
agree. I completely agree. These are too many characters. That's why Marvel shouldn't be so chicken shit and never want to like kill off their heroes or just sort of end their stories. You know what I mean? No, Chris Pratt as Star-Lord.
No, I think there's no Guardians here.
Well, I don't think any other Guardian would appear other than Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Because he's on Earth now.
I think he would have been like, okay. And maybe you guys have different ideas. I'm trying to think, like, how am I doing my new Avengers, right? What would be my Avengers lineup?
Ideally, Spider-Man, right?
I think Spider-Man's in there. I think Spider-Man, you have to have Cap.
Yeah.
Because they've deemed it so. Cap, I would say Spider-Man. I would say Star-Lord. I would get him in. He's on Earth. I think that would be a really fun dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of transition.
Yeah.
And this, like, being part of a new team and taking care of his
And Pratt has proven he's getting better at the role. Like
he's great. He's great.
Yeah.
God, it's just
beyond that. I don't know.
You're listing them off like the ones that are on Earth, and I'm like, why didn't you just make a regular Avengers movie?
I would have loved to see.
Because I'm thinking about like, holy shoot,
movie.
Like Captain America, Star-Lord, Spider-Man interacting with each other. That already sounds like the most fun movie ever.
That's the fucking movie. That's awesome. And I still maintain I would have loved. There's a fun little comic called Star-Lord Stranded, by Chip Zdarsky, in which it's literally just Star-Lord. His ship is broken down on Earth, and he's stranded. He's sort of estranged from the Guardians, and it's kind of like just the shenanigans he gets into while on Earth, like local supervillains get into it with him. He goes to the bar with no name. It turns into this long like night bullshit in which he's trying to like stop these like local gangs and stuff. And it's fun, right? And I'm like, I would have actually seen straight up a Star-Lord movie where he's just trying to adjust to like life on Earth and feeling lost, and then he gets caught up in like some small time supervillain shenanigans, you know. And it's the journey of also finding himself and his life on Earth through that.
And you know who could
that's a fucking movie.
And you know who could have helped him with that? Captain America, because he's helped.
Yeah. So we have Cap,
you could have
Spider-Man,
had fun little cameos. He could have ran into
Star-Lord.
Daredevil.
What about Thor?
Like Thor? I don't honestly.
No.
I don't think I would bring him back on the official.
What about Doctor Strange?
Yeah. I think at least in terms of like what we're listing off right now, yes, because him and Captain America would be like the only serious characters.
Oh, you're looking at like the group dynamic. I kind of always liked Doctor Strange as his own like one-man army,
right,
against like the forces of weird shit. She-Hulk. I would throw She-Hulk in there. She-Hulk has always been She-Hulk has a longer history of being an Avenger than Hulk does. Hulk was part of the original team, but they like kicked his ass off after like 2 issues. She-Hulk has been a very consistent member of the Avengers. So I would go, how are we doing this? Spider-Man, Star-Lord, Captain America, She-Hulk, because you do need a heavy hitter. And you also need some women in there.
Captain Marvel?
No.
She's too powerful.
She's too powerful. And I keep.
But you see, I argue though she shouldn't have to be that powerful. But they never figured out that was always my problem. It's like she's way too powerful.
Which is weird to me. But that's the thing. Just put her against even more powerful bullshit. That's what they do with Superman. Superman comics are great, and they always just throw even more powerful shit at him, and that's why.
Okay, what about Black Panther?
Maybe yes. My only thing, Black Panther is a pretty consistent member of the Avengers, but for me, it's always like
this is Shuri Black Panther though.
Yeah, it's Shuri Black Panther, and to me, it's like I feel like this is my stupid logic. They run a whole goddamn country, and they're protecting and they're a superhero on the side. I don't know if they have time to like do Avengers bullshit.
I agree with you. Also, like in the post Endgame Marvel films. Where do you think Wakanda Forever falls in
definitely one of the better ones.
Right? But
Yeah.
does it resonate though? I mean, it just feels like I remember being most impressed with the acting. Like, wow, actors actually acted
Mm-hmm.
in a Marvel movie in Wakanda Forever.
I mean, it's a first.
But I never like
It doesn't stand out as much, only because the
doesn't
movie
stay with you
itself.
at all.
It's just
Yeah.
that the movie itself was about Chadwick Boseman, and as much as I love those moments with each of them, having to deal with the fact with his death, not just like the actor himself, but the character. It just doesn't stand out as much.
You know what? Out of necessity, I would throw in Simu Liu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
what the hell were they teasing at the end of his movie?
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, because I'm not thinking about my own, like, my favorite characters in one team. I'm thinking of, like, at this point, with everything they've done, what team would make sense that you would...
I would have been interested in Jane Foster Thor.
Honestly, yeah, I would have preferred that. I think...
Because she was a good Thor.
You know what?
I was-
If they had ended the film differently, Jane Foster Thor, Cap.
I mean, she's not gone. I mean, her consciousness is in an afterlife somewhere. Just scoop it up and resurrect her, Just get some Dragon Balls and then wish her back to life. That's all you got to do. I mean...
I would have done Jane Foster Thor, Cap, Spider-Man, She-Hulk, and then Simu Liu.
Part of me really wonders what it would have looked like. But then also, I do love the character of Wanda. So it's like, what were they planning with the Scarlet Witch? Like, what would you do with the Scarlet Witch?
Apparently not a goddamn thing.
Yeah. In my idea, she would have been the first Avengers villain. I think it would have worked out perfectly. So like
That might have worked better, yeah.
yeah, because like imagine, because you have Captain America.
Actually,
Oh yeah, White
Winter
Vision's still
Soldier.
out there somewhere.
White Vision too. Because you have like half the team who know Scarlet Witch, who teamed up with her and all that, and then you have another half that came in after or during Infinity War who didn't really interact with her much. So when she goes,
No, keep going.
so when she goes a villain, you got one side going like, hey, we knew her, she went through a lot, like we couldn't get through to her, and you have the other half going like, she's too powerful, we got to kill her, and that's how you make the conflict between the team, and then that's when they have to work together and decide like, okay,
I don't know if you know this. When Brian Michael Bendis took over for Avengers in the early 2000s, he broke up the Avengers. He wrote a story called Avengers Disassembled. And what that story was Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, killing the Avengers. Because earlier in Marvel history was when she had her little breakdown where she's like, I have children, and then like they basically mind wiped her from that kind of shit. And when he came back, she sort of remembered and her mind broke, and she killed Vision and Hawkeye and had made the rest of the team basically like we're breaking up, like the Avengers as we know them are done. And what he came back with was a new Avengers team of the most popular heroes at the time. So it was Steve Rogers, Captain America, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and like what's his name, Power Man, and like a few others, right? It was a completely new team, and it was sort of like in a new era of the Avengers, and they could have done something like that.
yeah. I mean, what we've been saying, that's how it should have been. It's like first Avengers movie, you just pick the ones that are on Earth. They didn't have time to contact the Guardians or Captain Marvel or Thor. They're all out in space. But your second Avengers movie are the ones in space. Rocket is like, hey, I need someone here who can get here quick. And it's Thor, Captain Marvel, and all that. And then that's how they team up. And then your third one, they come together because there's a big threat coming. And then at least then we know, oh, okay, we kind of get an idea of how things are going to go down. Cool. Or at least the interaction within these characters. And that's what it should have been. But Kevin Feige wanted to leap right into another.
I don't know what the fuck he wanted. Okay, here's my official. Captain America, Star-Lord, She-Hulk, Spider-Man.
Just had a random thought that the Marvels is way better than Captain America.
I still have not watched it.
You don't have
it was
to.
funny. And it was
could
funny
if I had access
with how
to
bad
Disney
it was.
Plus,
but
I
like,
can't. So
is that what you were trying to watch?
no, but it's an accurate statement to say that I would very easily be able to watch it if I had access to Disney Plus, but I do not.
And you have.
I do not. I tried.
And failed.
Yes. But yeah, I'm struggling to be excited. Maybe I'll enjoy it in a very, what do you call it? It's tough because I keep saying I want to enjoy it on just like, you know what, fuck it, have fun, stuff like this. But more often than not, it's very hard for me to do that. I just get frustrated and go like, oh wow, look at these nuggets of good ideas here. If like it's like I am enjoying some of it, and that just kind of pisses me off more. You know what I mean? Because then it's like there were some nuggets of like some good stuff here if they had ever just actually taken their time and done anything interesting with it. It could have been so much better.
I imagine that's how you would feel if you were to watch Daredevil right now.
Oh, are you watching it again? Don't have access to
I
Disney
just
Plus, so
heard.
I do not know.
No, I have not been watching it, but it's just what I heard of. I think it was Megan Cruz talk about it. About how she currently feels about it and how it just was continuing to fail to her expectations. Okay. About that. Wait, where's Peter?
I'm right here.
I'm sorry. I legit did not see you were there. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did you go? Oh shit. Sorry. But then also that kind of proves my point that you can't see you because you're completely shrouded in darkness. So yeah. I just feel like we're at the point where. Well, let me ask you, Peter. I think we said it last week, but like, it does largely feel like people just don't care anymore. And I think for pretty self-evident reasons.
Yeah, for the most part, it's still gonna make a lot of money. It'll still probably make $1 billion. I don't know what to tell you. But I don't know. You do see in general, growing apathy for the MCU. You see it in the reviews, you see it in the audience scores, you see it in the low box office. That's why they're hitting a hard reset for X-Men. I'm telling you. They're looking to extend their life in any way, and that'll give them a good decade or so, I think, of extended life. Well, it depends on how they handle it. If they run it into the ground.
I think. I mean, it's kind of like the obvious answer that it might be super successful, this Avengers movie, but I don't know. Just the way it's going down, I'm kind of like, y'all are losing. This isn't going to save you. I think it might just depend on the trailer whenever we get that. You know? Depends on what people say about the trailer, then I'll for sure know that whether or not it's going to be successful or not.
Yeah, well, moving on to the last bit for today's show is going to be a 2-for-1. It's a review, which I doubt will be much of a review to begin with, and more on what the hell is happening. But last week we touched on the fact that we were kind of like bracing ourselves for what was going to happen, and it is happening. With the Hall of Hollywood seemingly throwing Rachel Zegler under a bus. Maybe throwing under a bus is not the right way of putting it. Like, intentionally, like, tying her up and making sure that the bus, like, doubles back up and then once again floors it forward to make sure she actually gets killed by it. In terms of the fallout of Snow White. I think, to me, so much of the conversation happening right now is just completely a distraction, and if it's a distraction away from the real concerns, then it is a victory for Disney. Because I personally am of the mind that we should be having a conversation about why the film underperformed at the box office, and the answer is it was a adaptation of a film people really aren't that crazy about these days, on top of a decade run of adaptations of animated films that were beloved, but into live action monstrosities that clearly have waned in the decade since. It is called the law of diminishing returns. It happened with Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid did not get anywhere near $1 billion. It just did not. And these films are made to make $1 billion. And even though the company at the time never admitted it, they kind of did throughout, because the whole of 2023, they were crying. They were like, wow, why aren't movies making any money? What happened? And so I think by extension, they did admit it later on at the end of the year where they realized, oh, these films really kind of blew it. Little Mermaid included. But I feel like so much of the conversation right now happening is like involving Hollywood blaming Rachel Zegler, Palestine, Israel getting dragged into this, and whether or not, celebrities attached to films have, I guess, a right to be political, or the controversy or non-controversy of statements. And no one really, for the most part, except for some people, are having the discussion that perhaps live-action remake adaptations should not be made. No, because they make a lot of money. And really, at the end of the day, I'll just go one step further because I don't care. I don't really have that at stake. I think really, ultimately, it's not Rachel Zegler's fault. Really, at the end of the day, it's not really Disney's fault. It is your fucking fault. You're the people that go watch these movies. They continuously make money, and that is enough reason for a corporation like Disney, who all is concerned is about stealing that money from your pocket by tricking you into giving it to them willingly. And you have expressed in the last decade that you care nothing but seeing the exact same things regurgitated again and again and again. Every time there is a live-action remake adaptation of an animated property, we get a whole bunch of idiots online that are like, but it's not the same as it was. Remember how it was 2 years ago when we had people who were bitching, moaning, and crying like, I cannot believe they took a 20-episode season of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and they cut out a whole bunch of stuff, even though you already knew it was only going to be 8 episodes. What goddamn fucking morons are you? And I think we've come to a point where we need to stop treating people with kitty gloves and just start calling them moronic and idiotic. Because this is where we're at. We shouldn't even entertain these conversations about whether or not what Rachel Zegler said was, irresponsible or inappropriate. No, the problem is you bitches. You're thinking that, that a barely hour animated movie from the 1930s, how the 2025 adaptation should adhere strictly to a film that most people today, if they were forced to watch it, would fall asleep. Here's Megan Cruz that I want to play here because this I'm done with this.
I'm going to be brave and say the thing that apparently nobody wants to say. The original Snow White is just not a very good film. It's just not really great. And oh my god, before you get out your pitchforks, yeah, I have an animation degree, okay? I understand and respect the level of artistry that this film achieved. In 1937, it was the very first traditionally animated feature-length film. Walt Disney invented this format and not only changed the world of animation forever, but the entire film industry. Like, yeah, absolutely, it was revolutionary, and it deserves to be studied and remembered on that basis alone. It literally has nothing else going for it. I will elaborate, and of course I have many points. Here's the thing, the idea of people frothing at the mouth because they're so angry about this new version of Snow White, like not living up to the original, is insane to me, because objectively as a character, Snow White has absolutely nothing going on. Why? Why does she have nothing going on? Because the original Snow White fairy tale, as someone who has loved and studied fairy tales pretty extensively, is one of the bleakest and has ultimately pretty much zero charitable interpretations of romanticism or optimism at all. It is one of the fairy tales that is least opportune for adapting into an animated film for children. And here's the thing about Grimm's fairy tales, they're known for being bleak. Everyone knows that the originals are much darker than the Disney like loose adaptations, but a lot of people don't know that they're based on like oral storytelling that happened like before the Brothers Grimm even wrote them down. A lot of those stories were even darker, and the Brothers Grimm did not want to publish them. The original version of this story that they published, it wasn't a stepmother. It was presumably her biological mother, and there are versions that imply that she was jealous of the way her husband, Snow White's father, was interacting with her. So the original story mentions that by the time she's 7, she's more beautiful than her stepmother, and it doesn't really give us a timeline after that. So she's presumably a child, and I think that's why her character is kind of bland and uninteresting. In the original story, not only does her mother, stepmother, whatever you want to call her, yes, send a huntsman into the woods after her to harvest her organs, which she then eats thinking they're her daughters, but little Snow White is a dumbass kid, okay? Even though she knows her stepmother is out to get her and the dwarves are warning her all the time, she 3 times let this woman into her house because she had shiny things and is easily distracted. Obviously, the Disney films are loose adaptations, to put it mildly, and I don't think you need to like strictly adhere to source material to tell a good story. Disney has proven that many times, but I just think it's evident that like the actual original themes of this story were vastly different. Again, I get it. This was incredibly ambitious. It had never been done before, but ultimately I think they decided to remove themes they thought were too mature and replace it with nothing except for maybe scenes of Snow White dancing, which did impress people, so. Am I surprised that Disney chose not to tell a story that essentially amounts to men eat shit and women are forced to cannibalize each other to survive? No, but that's not the point. Honestly, the evil queen is the most interesting character in every version of Snow White, and that I think is the downfall of the 1937 version, is while she is inarguably quite cunty with her like full like head scarf thing that she wears. I don't know, like head wrap. It looks scuba gear kind of y. But I think that that's why a fantastic adaptation of the themes of the source material is like the substance. And when I was watching the original Snow White, I was like, oh, this seems familiar, because it's literally about an aging, beautiful woman that is struggling so much with living under patriarchy and the idea of being replaced that she voluntarily turns herself into an old crone and destroys herself. It's devastating and tragic for her as a character. Snow White is basically a character that's there to serve the plot. Again, in the 1937 version, in every version of this story, Snow White is an uninteresting plot device, essentially. Now you might be thinking to yourself, but what if I don't give a shit about fairy tales, okay? You can't judge a 1937 film by modern narrative and character standards, and I'm not. I'm judging it by the standards of the time. There were incredible women in the 1930s that were making films with incredibly complex female characters. Barbara Stanwyck, Bette Davis, Katharine Hepburn. I know Snow White was specifically aimed at children, but if you look at Disney's follow-up movies, it seems very clear that they understood the character deficiencies of Snow White pretty quickly. It took them over a decade to make another princess movie, and by the time they did, Cinderella is far more developed as a character than Snow White ever was. There's some lasting imagery in this film, and I do understand why people like it. This video is intentionally inflammatory for fun, even though I do stand by everything I said. But like, I just don't understand why people are like belligerently defensive of this film that I just think is very clearly dated and in a lot of ways unexceptional. I think that there are a lot of exceptional things about its creation, but I think we can be realists in 2025. Do I expect this film to be any better or more accurate or have any more similar themes with the original source material? Absolutely not.
David, your thoughts on that?
I mean, like I mentioned to you, I wouldn't say that the movie is not good. I wouldn't say it's bad. I think I always just found it to be an okay movie. There are some entertaining things, especially with the dwarves and all that. But other than that, I kind of agree with everything else she said. Yeah, it's just this weird thing with people. I understand you do need to find a little appreciation in the making of it and all that, and the animation style and all that. It's a part of history, really, that movie and all that. But those are completely different things than what is within the story. You mentioned it too. It's just like, if people watch it now, kids watch it now, they're gonna fall asleep. I've seen a couple of podcasts with people with kids. They cannot sit through a 2D movie. Not something like Cinderella, not something like even.
I blame the parents.
Yeah,
I blame the parents.
Yeah, and not something like Princess and the Frog, which was one of the last ones. They probably won't even sit through. Maybe they'll sit through Looney Tunes. I don't know, because there's a bunch of crazy stuff happening on that one. But yeah, 2D movies, kids are not gonna sit through it. They're much rather watch 3D CGI ones like Pixar is making. So,
well, you know what? I mean, maybe that wasn't fair to say about that. I mean, we should blame technology, but I do feel like maybe it's just a generational thing, right? Like, because I feel like, let's be honest, Peter and you, David, and me, like, were films from the 1930s, 40s, and 50s from Disney Animation really our thing? Like, I feel like to me, when I was getting into Disney movies, go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
You're talking to the wrong person. I disagree with every word she fucking said. Fuck all of you.
Well,
I disagree completely.
Okay.
I think it's a fantastic film. I think its simplicity.
That's not what she was saying.
Yeah, it is. No,
that's not what she was saying, and that's not what I'm saying either. Okay.
She literally said it was a bad film.
Okay. You know what? You need to wait. What I was saying before we get to that point, what I was saying is, when we were like kids in the early 2000s,
yes,
I do think, even for me, it was a lot harder to get into a movie like Snow White than it was a movie like Aladdin or Hercules.
I saw them just as much. I remember watching Snow White so
Peter,
much.
I do not mean to discredit
Cinderella
you, and I
so
apologize
much.
to you if you feel like I'm discrediting your voice here. I'm not trying to do that.
No, but you're literally saying for us that grew up in the 2000s, and I'm
Okay.
just saying that is not true for me.
Okay, thank you for making that distinction. That maybe I was speaking too broadly in terms of for us. I to be clear though, I think in that instance I was not including you, because clearly you're very unique. I feel like you had a very maybe I'm the weird one here, but I think David, right? Like you were with me on that for the most part. Like if you were a kid, like if you recall, if you were 8, would you rather see Aladdin or Snow White? Like, I mean, it's not even a contest to me. Like, it's because the 90s films had a lot more like character to them, and there was just much more. Maybe it was just much more modern to like where we were. And I'm not saying that as a way to discredit these films. And I don't think Megan was saying that all of these things mean that Snow White is inherently a bad film. She outright said that. I think ultimately the point of a video like that was like, what the fuck are you people bitching about an adaptation of a 1930s movie in 2025? Like, to me, it was kind of like no, why are you so beholden to a film that didn't have really much in the realm of character going for it? That's, I think, what she was saying. Now, that isn't to say that me right now as an adult don't cherish or love or enjoy those films like Snow White or Cinderella or Peter Pan or Pinocchio or Sleeping Beauty. Or Alice in Wonderland. They're incredible all-timers. But I think to me it would be disingenuous for me to say that I loved and appreciated them the way that I do now as when I was a kid. When I was a kid, animation thrilled me, but I think I found my fix is of animation in a very different avenue than you did not, Peter. You avoided anime like the plague. I was literally living Dragon Ball. I was living Pokemon.
And I admit I am the weird one when it comes to that, especially with Dragon Ball Z and the current culture that we live in specifically.
So maybe I was ruined too much by that, to the point that when I was trying to, watch the old Walt Disney movies, like I mean, I could appreciate what was happening, but I do remember myself just feeling like, oh my God, this is moving too slow. And I think I've said to you, like, my first Star Wars movie ever was Revenge of the Sith. My first Star Wars anything ever was the Clone Wars miniseries on Cartoon Network. So when I was watching for the first time the original films, which would have been like in 2005, 2006, I was just like, it was like a culture shock. Like, wait, what? This is not the same thing that this is moving way too slowly. And that maybe that's just speaks to like what my attention span was. But I guess to me, I was just trying to like backtrack earlier when I said, well, blame the parents. Maybe it's just more of a generational thing. It also could be technology. But then again, before I get to you, Peter, David, do you feel you're more along the lines of me or Peter as far as the childhood thing is concerned?
A little bit with you. The thing though is with the Disney movies as a kid, I didn't like them, and a part of it is because well, here's the thing though, and a lot of people are gonna hate me for this, and I don't care if you roast me. I didn't like the Disney movies because I thought they were for girls.
They are for girls.
They are for girls, yeah, but like that was the reason. And as someone who grew up with
David's like, I ain't no queer. I ain't
oh my god,
I ain't watching this.
No, it's just like I think that was the thing though with me. Someone who grew up with an older sister, and I got 6 older cousins.
She makes you watch every bullshit thing she watches.
Yeah,
that's the thing, is that she forced you to watch these things.
Mm-hmm. She mentioned it a bunch of times on the podcast. Every time she put on Sleeping Beauty and what is it? Once Upon a Dream song comes up, she would make me dance with her. So a part of me
I would have stabbed her at one point.
So a part of me kind of just didn't like those movies because of that, because I was sort of forced into liking them. But also too, I didn't grow up watching Dragon Ball Z like you, Alexis, but I grew up watching Pokemon, Power Rangers, and all that. But I also just watched a whole lot of other cartoons. Favorite ones growing up, Ben 10. Before that,
like all the Cartoon Network ones. Cartoon Network had a full bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kids WB had stuff like Jackie Chan Adventures, Jalen Showdown, Yu-Gi-Oh was on there.
Shaolin.
Come on,
yeah,
Jalen was great, and then and Cartoon Network had even foreign stuff like Code Lyoko was a big one that I really that was a really, really good one too. Like the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah,
I mean Nickelodeon of course had Avatar, The Last Airbender, which was a huge fucking thing. So it's like, yeah, I think as far as animation was concerned, I think that's where I lived and breathed, was on those networks.
Yeah,
and then even Disney Channel had some good animated shows too, like Kim Possible and Lilo and Stitch. You know, so
I think TV shows were my thing more so than movies when I was growing up, because I mean, I would just turn it on and it's right there. I didn't have to like fucking
it was an everyday thing.
Yeah, it was an everyday thing. I didn't have to get the tape, rewind it, get finished with the machine to turn on, or like to rewind the whole tape and all that. Television was just easier for me. But I mean, this just we'll get to what Peter wants to say and all that, but that just shows you though that like what people keep saying though is that like, oh, everyone is in agreement that like they fucked up on this adaptation, or like they should have respected the source material. It's like, no, not everyone fucking cares about respecting the source material. Not everyone fucking cares as to how
everyone really should, and it should not be a base level requirement to make an adaptation of something in the first place. You are not required to love the thing that you're hired to do in the first place. I don't think you are. Like, if you're not crazy about it, this is your opportunity to make your version of it.
Yeah.
And I think we should all be in favor of that.
For sure.
That's the thing.
No, I mean, in terms of, I hate that fucking word, respecting source material and all that.
Respect the source material.
Yeah, I hate that in general. Like, there's nothing wrong with someone looking at it, kind of breaking down, okay, what's going to work,
which, by
what's
the way,
not going to work.
That phrase is so disingenuous, right? Like, they don't really mean, like, okay, they say respect the source material. They just mean do it exactly the same.
They do, no, well, it's multiple things. Either do it exactly the same, or they want to use it as a moral high ground. I mentioned this in our Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Reactions. But, like, they'll say Rachel Zegler shouldn't have been hired from the beginning. They should have hired a white girl. And, they'll say, no, it's because we want to respect the source material and all that. It's because they want to take the moral high ground saying, they don't want to come off as racist, basically, or sexist or anything like that. But we know why you're actually saying those kinds of words. Okay, it's not about respecting the source material. Andor proves that you don't have to respect the source material. I can't name any other ones, but like Andor is a big one. That the director did not really care for Star Wars. He just got
the
some-
Winter Soldier. Joe and Anthony Russo do not like Captain America.
Oh, yeah.
They
They were
were more
out.
Doctor Strange people,
Mhm.
and they made a really good Captain America movie that people love to this very day.
Captain America is like the best movies of the whole MCU. So yeah, it just when you get someone, and I'm not saying that they should hate the source material or anything like that, or they shouldn't love it, or anything like that. It's just you get a good writer. They'll have to break down what makes the original work, what didn't work, and then try to make their own thing for it. Try to go off with what list the company wants. 2-hour movie. All right, I gotta get this 1-hour movie, make it 2 hours now. Gotta figure out how to get from here A to Z, and that's about it. That's all you need to do when it comes to these movies. So I forgot where I was going with this, but basically, to me that just kind of shows it's like we all grew up thinking Disney in a different way. Really, just any sort of classic movies, we all saw it in a different way. Not everyone sees it the same. So when everyone keeps claiming that, like, yeah, everyone hates it, or like everyone, is in agreement of something, it's like, no, not everyone is. Everyone's different. Don't try to.
What were the Disney movies that you liked as a kid? Give me 4.
I would say maybe Aladdin. The Genie was definitely fun. I need a list of the Disney movies.
Hercules, Hunchback, Tarzan, Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, The Little Mermaid, The Rescuers Down Under, The Emperor's New Groove, Lilo and Stitch.
Okay. Yeah. Rescuers is one that I definitely watched a lot. Yeah,
The
Aladdin,
Rescuers or The Rescuers Down Under?
Oh, The Rescuers Down Under. Sorry for the clicks.
That's really interesting. I really wonder what Alexis has to say about all of this. Too bad she's not here. All right, Peter, let's go ahead and give you your time to shine. Go ahead and pulverize us into the atmosphere.
Reason why all of you are so full of utter shit, including that clip. Okay, I don't know where this thing came from. I fucking hate it. Like, it's old and simple and fucking lame. It's not.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm sorry, Alexis. You gotta let him finish now. I'm sorry.
Minutes, and I can't
That's not what she said.
Seconds.
Okay.
I can't go 10 seconds. Oh my god. I literally did not.
I apologize. It was my fault. I got carried away. Here, I have a stress ball now in my hand. I'm relaxed. I'm calm. Go ahead.
I didn't
continue
interrupt
to
her. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt David.
All right. Touche.
All right. Here's why you're all full of shit. First of all, to what you're saying, I had zero issue watching those OTs. I think I watched them the most. I remember watching Snow White so much. I remember watching Cinderella a lot. Cinderella, those little fucking mice. Lady and the Tramp. Sleeping Beauty.
Peter Pan, Pinocchio.
Peter Pan. Oh, Pinocchio. Good lord. I saw those a lot, right? Like,
Did you see Jungle Book a lot?
Yes.
That one's boring. Jungle Book's fucking boring.
You.
I'm sorry. That one's even more boring.
I wanna walk like you, talk like you. Ooh. There's no bangers like that anymore. Okay. I had zero issue with not only engaging with, but absolutely loving these films. This whole thing.
I'm quite envious of you.
Also, just the way she breaks it down, like, oh, the real fairy tales are much darker. Okay. Who gives a fuck? First of all. Second of all, to me, the simplicity of Snow White and its characters and its journey is what makes it so compelling and fun and unique. I'm sorry, I'm just not one of those people that thinks like, oh, Snow White's a boring character. In a way she is, sure, but I think the story itself is simple, and I don't think that makes it bad. I think the storytelling suits that simplicity. If it's not your favorite, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that. And to me, the purpose of the video was far more to just be like, that old movie is shit. It is not to say like people, like, it's very clearly that's what the purpose of that is. And I'm not saying, well, I guess I am saying she's wrong, but I mean, it's an opinion based thing, obviously, right? Like, she's saying like, I got art degree and I got, like, I don't doubt that. I'm not saying she's like objectively wrong. I'm just saying, opinion-wise, I vehemently disagree with the way she, with the way she feels about the movie. But it's all opinion-based. There is no factually correct or factually incorrect as far as how to feel about a movie. I just think there's, if the purpose of that clip was to illustrate how silly it is for people to cling to, like, oh, it needs to be accurate to this movie from 1938, the first fully hand-drawn animated film, and it's not accurate. I think there's better options to look at, because I think that wasn't so much her point. Her whole point was just like, yeah, this movie sucks. Like, I don't know why people are talking about it.
I don't agree with that. I do feel that the point, maybe the point wasn't well made, but I do ultimately verge on the side that it's like, there isn't really, like, there's not much to glean to. It's like, in comparison to the 1990s Disney animated films, there were so obviously a lot more characters, a lot more details. And remember how the fans were just like, it better be exactly like this. They better not change that. It better be like this. In comparison to that, there's not as much here to really be that nitpicky about. I think
don't
was the
agree.
ultimate. What do you mean you don't agree? I mean, it's math. There's not as much with Snow White as there
But
are with the other
simplicity
films.
is the point.
No, I'm not talking. Look, I agree with you. The simplicity is what makes Snow White a great film. I love the film myself. I didn't mean to suggest that it was like a bad movie, but I just feel like from a characterization standpoint, it cannot hold a candle to what happened in the 90s.
Yes, it can.
Well, okay. I mean, fine, I guess, but to me, it just seemed absurd that there are people who were just like so gung-ho about, like, being true to that version of Snow White. And I just, like, I don't know. I haven't come across that many people who were that passionate about it to begin with, much less being that so zeroed in on it being exactly the same. And I think for me, what insults me is the fact that, well, people come from that standpoint in the first place. It's like they just cannot accept any kind of change whatsoever. And in a film that is barely, an hour long, to adapted into 2025, of course there are going to be changes, and I just cannot stand the people who are always just being like, no, you can't change anything. Which is why I verge on the side, and we all agree on this, don't make the movie in the first place.
I just think
that is a no-win situation.
Here's the problem with that. I don't think people are being honest. I think, to me, the way you're coming at it is like when people try to say that conservatives are being like, what do you call it? Hypocrites. It's like, yeah, they know. Like, they don't care. Like, that's not...
I obviously, again... I'm not talking about the people who are stirring the conversation. But that's the main ones.
Those are the main ones.
Yes, but those are the greedy, grubby people who obviously know better. I am referring to the clueless, hapless people who are captured by that thinking and just like, why? I'm at a point where I just hate it how easy it is for people to be captured by fucking right-wing talking points. Is where my frustration comes from. And then those idiots mean it when they say, well, how dare you change the story? Of course, I'm not referring to the people at the top who are stirring the conversation, because I know it's not even worth having a discussion about them or to them about it.
I just think I don't think they exist when it comes to this movie. I don't see them.
Okay. Well, like
I literally think it's people don't care, and then the people that are literally just like, oh, this looks bad because woke. Like, I think it's.
But Peter, we've spent years on this podcast talking about stupid
that's
Disney
different.
fans who are like purists, Disney purists.
Yes,
those
purists
people don't
for
exist
the
anymore.
90s films that they grew up with.
But
I
that's
don't
the
see
point.
them
Snow White
existing.
isn't one of them, and I was just trying
That's
to make
what I'm
that
saying.
point.
That's my point. That's why you don't see these people acting like that. I literally do not see these mythical individuals that are like,
Okay.
Snow White is not like the 1939 one that I love. I don't think those people exist.
So
I
it's
think
just the
literally
usual
in this,
people then who are
it's
just captured
the
by the.
grifters when it comes
Okay.
to this movie. I think you can argue that for like The Lion King. You absolutely could argue with that with the Lion King live action remake, Aladdin, a Mulan. Like those films, 100%. I think the like.
I forgot that existed. I'm sorry.
Why isn't it exactly like my childhood grifters? Absolutely existed. I don't even see those people coming out anywhere when it comes to Snow White. I think most people just look at it and like, oh, it's fucking ugly. It looks awful. Like most people said that and went like, yeah, it just kind of looks like shit. And then you have the grifters going like, it's woke. And
for
like,
clarification,
Variety, apparently the worst fucking outlet that exists, doing their smear campaign.
Basically, we agree. It's just that what the distinction is I have seen like a whole bunch of comments, which literally is nothing in retrospect, and it probably is not the same community. In fact, as you mentioned it, it's not the same thing. It's just the usual people who are perpetually online, who don't really belong to any community except just following a whole bunch of right-wingers who are just regurgitating these talking points, basically.
But that's what I mean. Like, so many people saying, like, oh, they're disrespecting Snow White. I don't see any actual, like, Disney fans. Like when, what's her name said that? Rachel Zegler. She said something and they accused her of disrespecting Snow White. I don't think any actual, like, legitimate, like, Disney fan misconstrued that. I really do think it's just people who have never given a shit about Snow White in their life, but they know that they can wield this like political social hammer against quote unquote wokeness and going like, look at the disrespect, look at how terrible this, like grown men that are saying like you know, calling you gay if you dance or whatever, like very like strict rules about like being a man, which absolutely does not include watching children's television from the 1930s. But then all of a sudden pretending like the respect for this children's television, this children's film from the animated children from the 1930s is very important to them. Like, it's clearly not important to you. You just know that you can use it as a tool in your fight against wokeism, quote unquote. Like, I think that's what 90% of it is. This stuff.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear, obviously, like, the reason I played that video was not to trash on Snow White, was, for me anyway, to illustrate that there shouldn't be anyone, really, and I think we've come to that conclusion, that is, like, clinging to Snow White that they would be for a 90s movie, ultimately, for various reasons. But, I hold no animosity toward Snow White, to be clear about that. But here's some from the article. Hate to attribute Variety, but here's something about D23 where Zegler criticized Snow White, noting that the prince literally stalks, quote unquote, the heroine. One top agent says that was the moment that Disney allowed Zegler to control the narrative. Quote, the first time she shoots her mouth off, you nip it in the bud. Instead, the studio said nothing, and purists began to revolt. And as time went on, Disney became increasingly loath to weigh in on anyone's speech, considering that the studio was sued by Gina Carano, who claims she was fired from the man. Again, what the fuck is this article? Even just reading that paragraph made me want to kill myself. I'm sorry, but just like, what are you even saying there? Like, because what this is a really effed up way of like looking at it, because what was just admitted in that paragraph? Oh, Disney allowed Zegler, they allowed the fans to go after her. Right? That's what it said. It just said that the Disney became loath to weigh in on anyone's speech, and it said that Disney, the studio said nothing, and purists began to revolt. Just for saying that.
What it wasn't, but that's what, again, I don't think any. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. I don't think any purists gave a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone that actually, like, well, because I don't follow, like, Disney people. I'm sure you do. Any actual, I used to. Like, at the time you maybe did. I don't know. Any actual, like, big Disney, like, social media people or channels or whatever went like, oh my god, like, this is very rude of her. I think literally it's the same thing, like I said, people that don't actually give a shit about any of this, just capturing every word she says and trying to twist it in a way and create what do you call it, controversy where there literally isn't any. That's why I also think this is like such garbage from Variety. Like, this, it's just such obvious propaganda because none of the outrage towards her, I think, is like natural.
I mean, look at the way that they opened this article. On August 12th, 2024, 3 days after Rachel Zegler hit the stage for D23 to introduce Snow White, she thanked supporters on an X post. 1 minute later, she added an afterthought on the same thread, and always remember, free Palestine. That was how they opened this article. As if that was some kind of, like, I guess the intended effect was for you to feel like, how dare she? Only you just... And then they talk about, like, Mark Platt getting on a fucking airplane to go convince her personally to bring the tweet down.
That sounds like such a comedy skit. I don't know. That makes sense. It's like...
But it actually happened. Like, it should actually happen. And this person, Mark Platt, was like saying, no, you don't understand. They asked for it. Which is also just Israel propaganda right there. Mark Platt saying she didn't understand the repercussions of her actions as far as what it meant for the film, for Gail, and for anyone. And then look at what else Variety includes in here. 3 months later, following the presidential election, Zegler posted "Fuck Donald Trump" and made Trump supporters never know peace on Instagram. Okay. Saying that Disney had enough.
They had it. How dare she? That's insane to me.
The thing is, like, say what you want about, like, what you feel about those posts, though. It's like, what does that have to do with the making of the movie? What does that have to do with the quality of the movie? And don't tell me it's because
in any way the film, or people who want to watch the movie. Like, I mean, this is just so bizarre. And at that point, it was saying that Disney had enough, and again, Platt went to go make a case to Zegler to stop doing what she was. This is insane to me. Like, this is nothing. Like, this is such a nothing problem. And as you were saying, of course, they used this article. This was obviously published this last week, and Disney is using this as an opportunity to just blame it all on her.
Yeah,
blame it all on her. But again, like, it's all, you know, I guess they want to say that, you know, these politics had an impact on anything. I don't know. I don't know how this weighs in, but I did see this.
Despite a soft weekend opening, 7-4 wrote in its newsletter a couple of days ago, the political backlash isn't what seemed to hurt the movie's performance because Snow White overperformed in Republican-leaning areas and did well among Latino and Hispanic audiences. So, I mean, that doesn't quite rebut the point about whether all of this political fiasco had anything to do with why it had a, quote, soft weekend opening. It is getting absolutely trashed by critics, not like conservative critics. It is getting slammed across the board for being terrible. but it does. I mean, I think overperforming Republican-leaning areas kind of tells you that it's probably not the politics that's ultimately the biggest albatross for the Snow White film.
And
you know why it overperforms in like Republican places? Because they got kids and they got old people, old white people that probably grew up watching Snow White. like it's just obvious. I think more than anything, what probably hurts the film is the fact that it's from 1950 whatever, right? The reason
30.
why Lion King and all those other movies had such fucking hype, because they hit right as many of the people that grew up watching them as a kid and revered them as like these incredible films are now adults with their money, own money to go, and so a lot of them with kids, their own kids, to go and see the movie. So guess what? It pushes it to $1 billion.
Are any kids that were kids in 1937 even living anymore?
By the way, it's the same thing with fucking what's her name? Mary Poppins Rides Again. There's a reason it wasn't a massive hit. Was because it's an old film.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you did it in the 90s, it would have hit hard. But it's kind of past that demographic.
No, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's also just a billion other things that we can name for the fact that quality in Disney movies have been dipping. And this is just a downhill slope of what's been going on with Disney.
The law of diminishing returns for the live action adaptation remakes. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for the numbers being as soft as they are. Honestly, these headlines like these don't amount to anything. But of course, Disney never misses an opportunity to take the blame off of themselves and have the discussion be about anybody's faults except their own. I mean, realistically speaking, this movie, like, I mean, hey, maybe the word of mouth. Because usually, I think lately, in the last 2 years, what we have found out is if a film gets trash with the critics, that usually translates to pretty bad box office results. And, you know, the reviews, what was it? They were pretty negative, right? Like, from what I understand, overall, the negatives, the reviews, right?
For Snow White? Yeah. No one likes it.
Snow White.
No one likes it. It's not good. Okay, let me give my small review here. The story doesn't make any sense. It was very clear that they got just so confused on what to do with the dwarves and the bandits that were supposed to replace them. They just, it's like they wrote the two and then they tried to figure out a way to edit them both in the movie, and it was a mess. And it ultimately just led to go ahead.
No, you go.
It just ultimately led to anticlimactic ending and anticlimactic payoffs to whatever they were trying to do. There was even like a little like a love story going on with one of the bandits, but it just comes out of nowhere. It's just you know, one character sits down next to Snow White and goes like, "Oh, hey, you seem to care a lot about the love interest," and she's like, "Yeah, you seem to care a lot about this person." Yeah, and then that's it. That's the end of the conversation. At the end, the character that Snow White was talking to is sitting next to the person that he likes. That he likes, and then that's it. There's not much more for me to say. You don't have to know the names. There's like that's all that happens. It's a confusing plot. The only songs that I liked was "Waiting on a Wish" and "Whistle While You Work," and that's only because Rachel Zegler is a good singer. The song, oh my gosh, I really hated the love song between her and the love interest. I hate that one the most is because it's literally just "I See the Light" from Tangled. Like, the song is about them noticing, you know, oh, there's something more, you know, I'm finally seeing something more than what I've been used to and all that. And then literally just fireflies all around them. It's literally the lanterns. That's all it is. This is just a mess of a movie. It's really the best thing I can say.
I mean, I have your review pulled up here. I was going to say on Letterboxd. It says here, this movie was a mess. Any subplot was not properly set up and was instantly finished. All of it leading to an anticlimactic ending. Anything that was set up went absolutely nowhere. I do not understand how any writer can make these remakes and completely make a mess of a plot. Rachel Zegler and Andrew Burnett were the only good things about the movie. although they had very little to work with. Yes, Rachel Zegler is a good Snow White. Stop kidding yourselves. You know she is a good actress and singer. No, I do not care what she said during a press, and neither did you. Please blame Disney and the writers for this bad movie and its bad box office. That's a pretty good way of describing the situation in a nutshell.
Yeah. And
yeah, go ahead.
what bothers me more about the anti-woke crowd, and not just that they're putting the blame on Rachel or anything. They know that that Variety article was Disney trying to put the blame on her. Like, they know that's what Disney is doing. And yet they're still talking about what Rachel did is the reason that the box office is bad. They're saying that it's like the biggest reason that why the box office is failing. And the reason why that bothers me is because you are the people who want Disney to fail, to want them to change, to want them to just make better movies and all that. And yet you're falling right into their hands of making this controversy bigger than, just making this controversy in the first place, really. Like, I don't understand how you hate everything that Disney is doing, and yet they're the ones that are easily manipulating you with what they're doing. Because again, I've seen videos, they're reading the article and going, ha, see? Told you, Rachel Zegler is a bad person. She's a TikTok kid. I can't remember the other words, but it's just they don't like her for some reason. It's working on them. That whatever Disney is doing, it's working on them. So now Disney doesn't get the blame, and whoever's in charge gets to keep going. And that's the thing I just don't understand from the anti-woke crowd. Like, come on. Just stop it.
Peter, thoughts on David's review and what we've been talking about?
It doesn't surprise me that it's not good. Well, no one likes it, like he said. Like, it's, but again, this has nothing to do with Rachel Zegler. It has nothing to do with really any one political belief on anyone that's worked on that film. It just seems like it was just a poorly made film, which is pretty par for the course with a lot of these films. So to me, that stuff isn't even like that interesting. What is interesting is this seemingly more common go-to movement that when these movies fail, someone within these studios like reaches out to very specific people within the media to write these massive hit pieces to just sort of pinpoint certain people within
this is
the
Nia
filmmaking
DaCosta all
process.
over again.
Yeah, that
with
was
Nia
exactly what I was
DaCosta.
thinking.
Like, she did nothing wrong. She just made a fucking movie.
She
right?
did her job.
She did her job, and then all these articles coming out like, oh, she left them, she abandoned the film. It's like, no, she finished making it, and then she went to go make another movie. But there's some executive somewhere that apparently, well, I do think it's good that they're keeping track of who are the specific writers making these, right? Because
The articles,
like
yeah.
it's a handful of certain individuals that have some connections up top at these studios that when something goes wrong, they kind of tell them like, hey, like, here's a narrative we want you to push as to this is the real reason why the movie failed, you know, all in an effort, it seems, to like save their own ass. To me, that's the most interesting sort of aspect of this, especially because of how blatant this coming. Like, in the past, it's been some debate, but I've seen like 99% of the people looking at this article going like, holy shit, like, this is the most blatant, like,
I was going to ask you about that.
propaganda.
I've noticed the blowback too. It didn't work this time.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't think it worked this time because of how obvious
Transparent it
It's
is.
just
like so unbelievably transparent of like, wow, you're really trying to create a narrative out of thin air, and there's very clearly specific agendas going into creating this narrative from the people creating it. It's crazy. It's really crazy. And honestly, doesn't that make certain talent want to think twice before working with
Disney?
Like, why would you want to work with Disney if, like, one, your movie's gonna get trashed, it's not gonna make a lot of money, and then if everything goes to shit, these executives are just gonna dig through your life to try and find, oh look, they shared a political opinion at this moment. That's clearly the reason why the movie failed, and then they're just gonna throw you under the bus as hard as they can and trash your career.
And they won't even defend you, particularly if you're a female of color. Why would you join Disney? They won't even defend you against the trolls. It happened with 2 recent actresses in 2 Star Wars properties, right? It happened with Obi-Wan and with the Acolyte, right?
Yeah, and they did nothing to... And I honestly, I think there's a reason they don't do anything to protect them, is because then they can point them out and say, when it fails, they can be like, well, it failed because of them. Right? Like they can point to these actresses, these directors, and just go like, I'm going to save my ass, and say the racism thrown at them is an example of them creating controversy. And they're the reason why my big
They use them as
studio
shields,
production
basically.
failed. Yeah, like shields. It's pretty gross. Pretty gross.
It is,
But it's also not surprising. We've talked about this a lot, I think, where it's like, it's just, this has just been like the most blatant example I've ever seen of it, and I'm actually genuinely surprised because I also don't think it was called for. I don't know. I don't think it wasn't a Captain Marvel's bomb level bomb. At least I don't think so.
No. I mean, and the fact, I mean, again, the story should be, it's like, well, the movie cost so much money. Why did it cost so much money to begin with? It does not take $200 million to make a Snow White movie.
No, because then the executives would be held responsible for that aspect. So we can't talk about the production. We can't talk about the cost. We can't talk about the way it looked like shit. There was a terrible script. The micromanaging that exists from the higher-ups. Because that would mean that they would be at fault for that thing. And you can't have that. So it has to be the fact that she tweeted Free Palestine once. I don't even remember she did that. Did anyone even know? Did anyone care? Like it happened.
I only ever saw it on people on the anti-woke crowd.
Apparently Disney cared.
But the idea that somehow resulted in a film failing is insane. Like, absolutely.
Or when she tweeted "fuck Donald Trump" and then what, Disney had enough.
How dare she? She didn't even do it like on a press tour or something. It's like her own personal Instagram. She was just like, fuck that guy, I don't like him. Insane. Absolutely insane.
All the while, and again, people have been pointing this out. I mean, we didn't mention Melissa Barrera, but she also was from the Scream movies when she was fired. Oh no, was she fired or was somebody else fired?
She was fired.
She was fired, and then Jenna Ortega dropped out of it. But she was fired because of the whole Israel-Palestine thing, right? And it's the same writer in all those articles.
Mm-hmm.
It's the exact same writer.
I think that is worth pointing out. Like, they very clearly got this hitman on standby to be writing this shit.
And not for nothing, Melissa Barrera herself put it out there on Twitter. She's like, you know what? Hey, all of these defending Rachel Zegler and saying like this is the same writer who did all these articles. And then also somebody else pointed out all of this happening at the same time that I guess some Variety articles were published that were and people were taking it this way. They were trying to rehabilitate the image of Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, and again, it's everyone has their agendas, right? So I'm sure that came from him working with like, I don't know what they're called. They're like they're people you hire to like
image consultants,
something like that. Yeah, and I'm sure they have connections within the media. They're like, hey, let's set up an interview and do these articles, and you're gonna go on this talk show. So it's like, yeah, it's interesting because you see the agenda, like it's so blatant. You see you can just see it in your eyes, like in your mind, all the behind the scenes like maneuvering that's going on for different people and different agendas. But it just comes off as such rancid bullshit, you know.
It does.
That's the kind. That's the part of Hollywood that sucks, not the.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just getting so like pessimistic, right? Like with how widespread this is, because if you don't work for Disney, then you work for the asshole that runs WB that doesn't really like WB, who just canceled Looney Tunes, and what the risk there is your film probably there's a 50% chance it will be jettisoned into the sun for the chance to get some tax credits. And if it's not there, then you go to Netflix, which will be lost in the ever-expanding crap library that is Netflix. Like, there's just no winning. Unless on the off chance it becomes a hit. Which, by the way, did anybody see how, unfortunately, like, the Looney Tunes film didn't make much of anything, but that apparently Ketchup Entertainment was in talks to acquire Coyote versus Acme? There were actually negotiations happening.
Yeah, what was the name of that? Because
Ketchup Entertainment.
Yeah, I was gonna say pickle something, but no, it's ketchup. I hope they do it. I genuinely do.
Yeah, they'll make a lot of money.
At this point, I don't give a shit if it makes money. I just want it to exist in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I want the opportunity.
That's the main thing, and a lot of people who covered the business end of it, just like their heads explode when you mention that, because like people were like, "Oh, Mickey 17 lost so much money." And
it exists. It's a movie.
It exists.
Why the only way so many of you are able to talk about films is through the dollar? Like, yeah, I don't like when movies I like don't make money, because it's like, no, you'd want the opportunity for more of those kind of films to make. But at some point, it just overtook the entire discussion. Where, yeah, outlets like Variety will only put out these articles of like, here was the box office that it made on the first weekend. Here's how much it cost to make. And like, that's it. And it's like, is that, at some point, it's like, well, no, film is art. I don't give a fuck that the thing bombed. I'm glad that it exists, right? And run that down with movies like The Godfather. I don't think The Godfather, I'm not saying all these movies bombed, right? But every film that I love, I don't sit there and just think about the box office. I'm like, oh, look at this amazing piece of art. I'm glad that it exists. And it's so weird that the art form of film, like discussing it, the people that discuss it for the most part, it's just become it's a numbers game, ones and zeros. That's all people are able to talk about.
Speaking of, in that article we were reading, it says here, now that the film's dismal opening weekend, $87 million worldwide, is in the rear view mirror, Burbank brass are evaluating what went wrong. To put Snow White's global box office haul into perspective, it's about $34 million less than Warner Brothers' Joker Folie à Deux in October, but with a bigger budget by $70 million. And again, no mention of, well, who the fuck decided the film should cost that much money to begin with? Because those are the people, honestly, that should be fucking fired.
But those are,
really.
That's what I mean. Why are you spending $200 million? Are you seriously telling me you couldn't make a Snow White movie for like, you could make that shit for like $50 million and have it look a million times better?
Yeah.
Hire a bunch of little people, go into the woods. You got your fucking movie.
There's literally one shot where she was actually in the woods, and it's the only pretty shot of the entire movie. And I was actually like, oh, this is weird. They actually went on a forest. Oh my gosh, this looks great. And then
no one
passes.
told you to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for really shitty CGI, like weird little clay people.
Mm-hmm.
No one told you to do that. No one told you to put it on a sound stage. She runs through a forest. Go out to the forest. Make a cute little cottage.
But
in
that
the
would mean they would have
forest.
to go outside, Peter. What? Who wants to go outside?
And castle. You know how many castles exist in Europe?
Rachel Zegler literally sang in the castle that inspired the original Snow White movie. Like, you couldn't have gone there.
Just go there. Like I'm serious. Movies, and I really do think eventually there's gonna be like a documentary or something on this shit. I do think these massive films, there is a certain level of like money laundering, or some.
The
kind
Marvels
of, like,
cost $347 million.
I mean, to be fair, when you're giving Robert Downey Jr. alone like $100 million.
No, the Marvels.
Oh, the Marvels. Yeah, fucking insane. There's no reason for it. There's no reason. And I think it is because it's a lot easier to take money from like a 300, like for money to disappear in a $300 million budget than for it to disappear in a much smaller budgeted film.
Yeah. Which, by the way, this is also just like, to me, I don't believe in like tax credits or tax incentives. Like, I believe in like, there's a lot of talk of like these conservatives who are going horny for Trump of like, oh, daddy's coming home and he's tightening up the belt. I want to see somebody tightening up the belt and smacking these companies in the ass. Literally, like demanding a complete redistribution of wealth and taxing them to kingdom come. And you want to fuck off if you want to. But like, I just cannot stand like when they spend and disappear this much money, how they're like, but it costs too much. I can't pay for that. If you look it up online, the number that's most out there is that the film cost $200 million, right? Well, evidently not. This was from Word of Real, Jordan Rumi, saying the official figure didn't make an iota of sense, and yet the trades took Disney's word for it, which was, he said that, did anyone believe Disney when they ran to deadline with that $270 million budget figure, which, by the way, they didn't even take into consideration that Forbes had reported the film costing $270 million in December 2023, and that was before reshoots and post-production work would occur the following spring and summer. Now we have the New York Times mentioning that Snow White cost $80 million more than Disney tried to make us believe. Their figure has the film running in excess, that's not even the final one, of $350 million. That's
my thing. If you're setting your film up for complete failure, if these are the kind of numbers they have to hit box office wise just to break even, like, it's not fair to the film, even a good film. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just too much, right? So, clearly, like we said, there's something going wrong here when it comes to these budgets.
The article continues, do you now understand why Disney had to throw Rachel Zegler under the bus? They needed a scapegoat for this utter catastrophe they have to deal with. Snow White has to make $800 million to break even. And I'm being generous here by not even adhering to the customary times 2.5 rule. The fact that the film only earned $87 million worldwide in its opening weekend should be of grave concern for Disney. By the end of its run, the film might not even hit $250 million global totally. It is absurd to me, even if you aren't spending this money. Like, why would you think a Snow White film would make $1 billion?
This is what I mean. Like, who's making these decisions?
Mm-hmm.
If you genuinely think you're like, okay, the only way we're gonna make any money is if we make $1 billion film with this Snow White live action remake, don't fucking make it.
Mm-hmm.
Or slash that what do you call it? That budget to pieces. I think the ones that are most irresponsible when it comes to these decisions are the people behind the scenes making these films. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And I
So
don't
apparently-
get it. Because
Apparently, it says here that the film, the intended budget, apparently, according to this article, says that it was going to be 180 million, which still to me seems
that's still way
It should
too
not
much.
reach 100 mil at all.
180? Again, it's a story about a girl that goes into the forest and meets a bunch of little people. Why is that expensive? Go to the forest. Grab Rachel Zegler, take her into the forest, hire a bunch of little people. None of it has to be CG. I'm sure there'll be some CG, but like, it's insane.
Well,
It's
you know what's
insane.
even more insane though? Like, apparently, that's how much it was going to cost at the stage where they were considering using little people. Because apparently, this paragraph was saying that because Peter Dinklage, and the comments that he made caused such a backlash, then that's what caused it to go through all this multiple rounds of reshoots, rewrites. So and to be replaced
don't
by
listen to
CGI
him.
monstrosities. But even if they didn't listen, it still would have cost 180 at least without the CGI dwarves.
I just looked up. The budget for Snow White and the Huntsman. It was
What
100.
the fuck?
It was 170 million. Like,
I never even saw that movie.
I didn't either. But like, I was thinking like, how much the other like Snow White movies cost? Because there's this one, there's Mirror, and it should be less than this.
How much was what do you call it? That one that me and you like. It's over here. Somewhere.
85
Stardust.
Oh. Yeah. Well, Mirror was 85 million budget.
Is Stardust the Matthew Vaughn movie?
Yes.
That was 2009, right?
7.
2007.
Uh,
It would not be nearly
Starring Matt Murdock.
mm-hmm. That one is,
Really?
it says 70 to 88 million budget. That is, and that movie looks, there's some weird CGI stuff in it, yes, but like it looks gorgeous still. And
Mhm.
yeah, I think
But
that just
that
shows you-
movie requires so much more. What do you call it?
yeah, like magical stuff going on.
Magical shit. There's like a million times more magical shit. There's like ghosts, flying pirates, like wild witches, stars that fall from the sky.
Mhm.
And like Snow White isn't, it's there's a magical stuff, but it's not all that, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's
And there's
very simple. It's you
And-
have castles and that's like the extent.
yeah, and there's ways he can avoid doing super magical stuff. Like he didn't with like in this one.
I mean, they
when-
do that in Disneyland. I mean,
True.
right? How they
They do
avoid
it every night, or
doing
they
it.
used to do it every night.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, yeah, like I said, in the movie when the evil queen transforms into the old woman, it's like a big smoke cloud covering her and all that, and then she transforms. You don't need to do that. In the original animated one, you just move the camera to the side, see her shadow, she transforms, and then that's it.
Yes.
So there's.
Just simple movie tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Just simple. They were doing incredible transformations like that back in the 1930s, when they'd make movies for, a quarter and a lollipop.
I mean, in recent years, there have been a number of astonishing looking films, and they're all very different films of all kinds. I mean, I still think back to when we realized that The Shape of Water only cost $20 million. And that was a beautiful, beautiful looking movie. Not as good of a film, but it had great visual effects. The Creator by Gareth Edwards a few years back, or I think it was last year, only
Yeah.
$80 million.
80 million, and it looks better than a lot of these $300 million films. Okay?
I mean, how
by the
much
way,
did
I
Queer
don't even-
cost? Because the use of the miniatures, right? That's what he used in Luca
Visually
Guadagnino's movie.
Beautiful.
And this might be more controversial, but there was Godzilla -1, but I guess no one really knows the true budget of that movie.
Yeah.
We were led to, because of labor laws and such. But I mean, it didn't. I don't think Godzilla Minus One's budget would it compare to that of a modern blockbuster.
Queer had a $50 million budget.
50?
Yeah.
Wow. They gave that $50 million? That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's damn worth it, though. But you know what was even crazier? I saw that The Brutalist had a budget of, they say this, less of $10 million.
Wow.
No, that's right. They did use AI, though.
That's the thing. So,
but even if you throw on like another 5 million, that's 20 million.
Yeah.
Because the stuff they used AI for, one, it literally would have cost them nothing to just not do it, which is like to change the accent to make it perfect. No one gives a shit. Like, it was unnecessary use of AI. And I think the other one was like certain designs at the end of the movie. And it's like, that would have cost, it literally would have just cost a little bit of money to hire just a fucking designer to design you some fake buildings, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it would have cost another 5 million. That would be insane. But just, let's say it did. That's still 20 million for that whole film. And it feels huge and monumental when you're watching it. And it again, it's that movie magic. To me, that was always the cool thing is about films. The way you would be like just blown away by what you're watching on screen. And you find out it's like the simplest thing. It's like that's why it's called movie magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just don't feel that as much anymore. Where you're watching.
Well, you don't feel that way because I mean, movies have now, a lot of them are being made to look like something you would watch on Netflix or on YouTube, and that looks like shit. And now the movies look like shit. And why would you pay to go see the same thing if it all looks the same, whether it be on a big screen or on the small screen? That's an added layer to this. By the way, how much do you think, another beautiful film that came out recently, how much do you think it cost to make Nosferatu? I have the number right here.
18.
No,
40.
40 makes a little bit more sense to me.
It
I
was
say
the
60.
exact same as Queer. 50.
Oh, wow.
50.
Yeah. 50 million.
It
Although
does
I
have
did say
some
that
pretty incredible sets and
the costumes and all that.
it did gross 166 worldwide. So there's that. That's from Nosferatu. Queer, I don't think gross anything, unless they were in France. I think. I mean, I have to look into those numbers, but I do wonder though, what the reported budget is going to be for Superman.
I mean, whatever they say the budget is, I believe them because James Gunn, he's usually very just on the nose with his films. Like, he writes a script, he knows exactly what he wants to shoot, they get a budget off of that script and exactly what he wants to shoot, and then he shoots it, and that's it. Like, there's not a lot of funny business that goes around in between that. So, like, whatever they claim the budget is, I would say that probably as accurate as you're going to get as far as the budget.
The budget for Guardians 3 was 250.
It's a massive film.
I mean, takes place in space, so like,
I think
there's
they
going to be a
said
lot of.
It was the movie with like the most prosthetics.
Yeah.
Ever as far as like
and it
individual
still didn't
characters.
win the best makeup for the Academy Awards.
Yeah, and here's the other thing too. I mentioned this before, but like ultimately, like we wouldn't really care about the budget as long as the movie looks good. The only reason we're bringing this up is because how can you spend so much money on this and make it look horrible? You know, so to the studios,
That's
if
the
you want to keep
problem.
your money laundering scheme going, you know. Like,
Put in some fucking effort. Honestly, to make it look good at the very least, and to finish it. So, Guardians 3 had 250 budget. Guardians 2 had 200 million. Guardians of the Galaxy, released 11 years ago, or what will be 11 years ago in August, the budget was 170 million. Did we ever look up exactly what was the precise budget for the new Captain America movie?
I don't know if there is one.
Yeah. Chances are, if you find it online, you might have to add a few more, like extra 50 million or something.
There was one that says the reported budget, which at this point they're lying, right? If it says reported budget, it's a fucking lie, because it is saying that the Captain America budget for the new one was 180. That's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie.
It was way
I think
more
that's
than
where
that.
they started. I think that's the initial budget.
Then there's this Reddit post from like a leak from 9 months ago, which I believe we were talking about, that the budget was over 350, which sounds more true.
Yeah.
That sounds more like what it probably ballooned into. With all the massive reshoots. And they were massive. People trying to pretend like they weren't.
But have you noticed that that's the average now? We mentioned the Marvels. We mentioned Captain America and Snow White, all of which in around the area of $350 million.
Because remember, I was telling you guys like the leaks and shit that of the movie that used to be with Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
You literally hire like talent, right? Like these named actors. You go through the designing process, create these costumes for them, create fight scenes with them to be in, choreograph, go through all this effort, film it. Who knows how far along the CG team gets into as far as when they start, the process of adding those elements in there before going like, actually, we're just going to cut all of this out entirely, right? Like it's so much money that they just throw on the cutting room floor for no other reason than they just didn't have a good idea of what the movie was going to be before they started shooting.
What was it, David, that I just played for you? I know that David, Peter was just saying about the people. There was a clip that I was playing from Randolph's review of Snow White, which is hilarious. I think this was the one. And I think to what Peter was just talking about made me think of this.
Now, sometimes when I criticize a film, people in the comments will say, well, why don't you make a movie, Grace? Well, here's the thing. Do you think Hollywood is really going out of its way to hire talented people these days? I mean, there are talented writers and directors in Hollywood.
That's the one. Do you think Hollywood's really going out of its way to hire talented people these days?
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny, though? Because immediately she's like, I'm very fucking talented. And so, of course, they won't hire me. I like that confidence, Grace.
Yeah.
And then the other one, and I love how this was actually like getting around this clip, where this must be the clip of the year so far for me, about part of her review of Snow White, talking about Gal Gadot.
Act, she can't sing, she even has trouble just standing there.
She can't act, she can't sing, she even has trouble just standing there. David, you saw this. Is that a pretty accurate description? That's not a ringing endorsement.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I told you before, yes, on isolation, there's certain clips where her accent just makes it look weird. But because she has an accent, it's easy for me to just overlook the bad acting. If there is one. At least if there is a moment that like just horrible delivery or something. So it's hard for me to say, honestly, whether or not she was really bad in this or not. I know she's not the best one. I know, like I said on my letterbox, Rachel and his name is actually the love interest is called Jonathan. Were the only good actors in that movie. So,
Okay,
Yeah.
I found the full clip. Here's what she said.
But at least she can act, which is more than I can say for Gal Gadot. Okay, so how bad was it? Oh, well, let's just say that my showing of Snow White, one of the first for the general public, because I missed the press screening, that's why my review was late, but it was pretty much empty. But there were still enough people there to laugh at Gal Gadot's line readings, particularly towards the beginning of the film. And not like, they weren't laughing with Gal Gadot. They were like, oh my God, it's even worse than I thought it would be. And it was really awful. I'm surprised that they were, maybe that's the best she could do. But if I were her director, I'd be like, Gal, for your own sake, we're just going to keep doing it. I don't care how many times it takes. We're going to keep doing it till we get a usable one. Whew. All right, I think that there is an irony of having Gadot play the evil queen, because that's a woman obsessed with beauty. And here's Gadot, where that's the only thing that she brings to the role. She can't act, she can't sing, she even has trouble just standing there. She is truly awful.
God.
This is why I think like she has truly had longevity as a personality, because I mean she's genuinely just so entertaining to listen to. I mean, even I need to actually make time. I haven't watched the whole review, but I need to actually, because this is the only, I think, good part of like when bad stuff like this comes out. Like maybe Grace will have a entertaining enough review. Peter, any thoughts on the supposed chaos angel of film critics that is Grace Randolph?
Support her always. Her rights and her wrongs, which there are many.
Okay. Well, obviously nothing's going to come of this. What do you think Rachel Zegler does next?
Hopefully a good film.
I mean, she's gonna be in London or something. She has some play to do, so
A lot of those big actors do that. They'll do plays and then movies and then plays.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, we'll see. I think for right now, just stick with plays.
Fuck that. Make a movie, but make it good this time.
Sure, yeah. Read through the script, make sure it's good and all that. Make sure there's a lot of good people backed up behind it and all that. I'm sorry, but
you have to go. I think it's the easiest thing in the world. You look at these actors that choose their projects based on director, they have great fucking careers. Because even when the movie doesn't do well, or even if it's not reviewed that well, because it was made from like a world-renowned director, there's gonna be a fan base for it, and I think it sort of keeps these people alive and afloat. Look, that's what Leo did. That's what fucking what's his name, Kylo Ren did. That's what Mr. Batman himself is doing. That's definitely what everyone's favorite from Dune, Paul Atreides, Timothy Chalamet is doing.
Sure. Do you think she'd make a great candidate?
The smartest approach.
I think she'd make a great candidate if they ever actually do make that Hamilton movie.
As what?
Any role. I mean, it doesn't even matter. I guess Philippa Sue, right? Is that the character that? Well, what character? I mean, Hamilton's honestly, a big movie, a big story. So
I don't know. I feel like they're kind of. It's too late for Hamilton. It feels like. It feels like they never strike when the iron's hot with these, for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, they're not getting the ball rolling anytime soon, so it's not going to happen.
That's what I mean. So I'm saying like by the time they would feel like, get around to like, how about we actually make a movie? I think it wouldn't be as smart an idea by then.
This 4th of July would mark the 5th anniversary that it first premiered on Disney Plus. So again,
they should have been in production like the next day, because it was a huge hit. And everyone started, talking about it. It should have been in production the next day.
If the studios are smart enough to like plan some stuff out, the best thing they can do is put Lin making some good musicals for them to get some hype around him, and then announce.
That's what they've tried, and it's been failing.
Oh, with hits
to be fair,
like, what do you do with my butt, or hits of like, The title. What was the song? The
Scuttlebutt.
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 Oh yeah, that's the company you want to have. Okay. I get the point though. Like, actually have him create something new that is Lin.
Yeah.
Not Lin having to just write a random song to shoehorn into something that has no business. Like, I think when we reacted last year to the Little Mermaid one, right? That Scuttlebutt song was so wrong for so many reasons. I mean, not the least of which included having Aquafina sing, but that Lin's whole tone just felt so out of place with the rest of that music. Even the other song, we were laughing because it also just felt out of place too. The Prince Eric song. The one good song was the other one, which was like Here for the First Time. That was good.
Yeah, yeah, that was really
good. But yeah, this is. I mean, you think at the very least they would have had him back to write the music for Moana too. But no, that didn't quite happen either.
Yeah.
That's weird, right? Because it's like he was actually that was like really successful for him. It doesn't matter. It made $1 billion.
Yeah, it didn't matter, like at all. All right. Well, does anyone want to bring up anything positive to end the podcast on, or?
Oh, I have my Criterion haul right here.
Oh, do you? Can we actually see it?
I got
Yeah.
Paris, Texas.
Oh, damn. That's a great fucking movie.
Lost Highway by a little-known director. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, David Lynch. Blue Velvet by a little-known director. I don't know if you've heard of him, David Lynch.
David Lynch.
And Mulholland Drive, made by a little-known director. Not sure if you've heard of him,
David Lynch.
Yeah. I wanted to round
Honor
out
him.
my yes,
Yeah.
David Lynch.
You know,
'Cause
we didn't.
his first film. What do you call it?
Eraserhead.
Eraserhead. But I didn't have Mulholland Drive, Blue Velvet, or Lost Highway. I still don't have Fire Walk with Me, but I want to do a rewatch of Twin Peaks.
I remember watching this
and
clip.
Twin Peaks: The Return.
He almost won Best Director one time for Mulholland Drive, but I think he lost out to somebody else.
I think that was his most like commercially acclaimed film. I think it was Mulholland Drive. Maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me. I think it was like I definitely agree. I think it was the closest he got to like an Oscar or something like that.
But who won it? It was not Roman Polanski, was it?
No.
It was
well,
a different
actually,
year.
I don't fucking know.
Anything to say on we lost two pretty big giants. We didn't talk about that. David Lynch included and Gene Hackman.
Yeah, I think we talked about it a bit when we talked about the Oscars.
Oh yeah, we did, huh? Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know how I feel. I think it's sad.
Yeah.
Sad because Gene Hackman. It's one of those things, man. When you're at that age, it's you have to have people watch you. It sucks, right? Like everything that sort of happened with him. But he did live a good long life. Was he 95? That's pretty incredible. It's hard to be mad at anyone, their circumstance, they live that long. It was a lot more painful, I think, with David Lynch because he very much still had the juice in him. Like, he'd been wanting to film some new stuff for a long time, and he just couldn't get the funding. Like, that's the stuff that, like, pisses me off. Like, when we talk about all this other Hollywood stuff, and again, I don't want it's so much sadder on like a deeply fucked up level. Like, what's his name?
Marty?
Not Marty. Marty can still get some stuff made. The Other Side of the Wind.
Orson Welles?
Orson Welles, right? Like, he made what many consider to be the greatest film of all time, and then he just couldn't get his film financed. He had been abandoned, right? And you see these titans, these great artists who, you know, everyone will come up and shake their hand and tell them how incredible and how amazing they are. But no one will help them get their film financed, right? And it's the kind of thing that's worth existing, right? Just for the sake of it to exist within the world. That's the kind of art that they make. But they just couldn't get it. They just couldn't get it done within their lifetimes. And there's a lot of other great artists like that too. Who's the one who directed Pink Flamingo? That pervert. Let me look it up real quick. You know me, I'm bad with names.
Pink Flamingo.
Yeah, it's Chloe.
John Waters. Do you know who John Waters? Maybe
Yes,
you don't know
yes.
who John Waters. But he's a very famous, talented director. He'd been wanting to make another film. He had an idea for another film. He was going to do it with, what's her name? From, her husband recently passed. And it was a big thing. I'm trying to think, what movie is she in? Let me look up her.
I don't know who you're referring to. I can't even. You see, you keep trying to say from this place and from this person.
Aubrey Plaza.
Oh.
He had an idea for a film and it was going to star Aubrey Plaza. And he was looking everywhere for financing and he just wasn't able to find it. And it's just not being made now. And it's like he's a titan in the history of film. And just nothing, you know? It's sad to me. And yeah, it is that thing when we think about like $300 million. Beyond just like how many people could you feed and clothe with that kind of money? But how many other smaller films, like you talk about like The Brutalist, right? Like $15 million. Look at how moving that film. What an incredible piece of art. But that was done with 15. The Electrostate cost like 300 and it was just burned. It's like it's just nothing. It's a nothing film. How many smaller films that could be considered classics and move generations don't exist and could exist because we used that movie to finance it, that money to finance it. It's sad.
Yeah.
Anyway, I know you said to leave off on a positive note, but the positive note is it's on 4K. Director approved. It's pretty awesome.
Okay.
I have you've never seen it?
Which one?
I think literally anything from David Lynch.
No.
No.
I'll
because I have
David Lynch is in his final film role as John Ford in The Fabelmans.
He was also kind of like Marty, where he would act sometimes, and he was pretty good at it. It's because I have the Criterion channel, the what's it called? Like the streaming service.
The subscription service.
Yeah.
That's still around?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. It's around and thriving. So good. I was rewatching his during his films during his learned of his passing. yeah, I took the 50% off sale as an opportunity to round out the
To cash in on his demise.
what an insane phrase.
Sorry,
To make it. That cash in. I gave money. What the fuck are you talking? Okay.
Sorry, I mean to profit off of his demise.
I'm not profiting.
You saved money. You saved money through a sale of acquiring physical media discs. Right? Like you are benefiting in a way.
No. I purchased and own his works of art. And
not a full price.
It's a way of celebrating him.
Okay. That was a joke, people. I just want to make sure that's put out there.
I don't think it's clear that it was.
Nah, well, I just clarified it, so now it's clear.
No.
Good God, how long has this podcast been going?
I don't know. You never shut the fuck up.
3 hours, 54 minutes. 55 minutes.
Is that a record?
No.
What's our longest?
I mean, I think this is the longest in a while, but no, I think the longest was... We did one almost 5 years ago, Peter, you and me, when we were just going on an endless tangent on Star Wars. And
Yeah.
I think we had an hour where you were going over how you hate the clones, so that I want to say that was a whole hour.
I stand vindicated on my feelings with the clones. Okay, I stand vindicated.
Okay. Well, this was much longer than I had anticipated it, but nevertheless, thank both of you for being here and for just having a wonderful conversation. I would say that even though Peter won't go there, I will. I am very appreciative for, despite the fact that yes, in some aspect it may appear as a waste of time, but it was never that for me. I have appreciated every single second of being able to talk about this stuff with you guys because, of course, I mean, that's in large part to why we are friends, or at least friendly, toward each other, is because we can talk about this stuff with each other about this. And it has kept us, going through it all. And when I say all, a lot has happened since, basically 10 years. And I did want to clarify also one other thing. Though the podcast did begin officially in September 2014, we don't necessarily acknowledge that as the year where the show was going on consistently. I think we had agreed on that the first official, I think, version of what the show is didn't really start going until early 2016. So 2026 is the year that we're going to consider our official, for reals this time, 10th anniversary. So just to be clear about that, because for a full year and a half, there were about a total of 10 to 11 episodes that were released. And I could literally write a book about the process by which that has marked some of us.
Are you trying to just get us to the 4-hour mark?
Why would I do that? Before we go today, guys, is there anything else you would like to say? Hey, by the way, what's the next movie we're going to be talking about here? Because I have no idea what's coming up next. It's not going to be Minecraft, is it?
Well,
I'm not.
I want to see that, but
you want to see? Okay.
Death of a Unicorn is out. I don't know if you guys were interested in that one.
Death of a Unicorn. I would watch that if I had time.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm sure you do, David. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Peter?
What?
I don't think David heard what you said. Because David was I want to watch Minecraft, and Peter was I'm sure you do, David.
Well, he does. What do you mean? There you go, trying to start shit that don't exist.
Okay, what movie are you looking forward to that's coming out that's not going to be Superman?
Oh, I guess nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's how I feel right now because I don't think of a...
I don't know. A lot of movies that I end up loving, I don't know about like months ahead of time.
Yeah.
Like eventually they kind of come out and I'm like, oh, this is getting good buzz, you know? This looks interesting. And then I watch it and I love it. I wasn't tracking Queer, 7 months out.
No. I was trying... I had one in mind. And of course when I mention it, I can't freaking think of it. Oh, yeah, it was the animated sneaker movie. Which I still... God. That has to be a moment in time where... I know last week we talked about it, but that to me feels like yet another moment where we're like, did we really just see this? Did that just happen? David, do you have any idea what trailer we're even talking about?
No, yeah, I know which one. That looks...
You've seen it? Okay, because I thought we imagined that for a second, because when it came out, we were like... Oh, it felt like, okay, now I get why people hate movies.
Yeah.
It was dumb shit like this. Anyway, guys, I think we're going to go ahead and cut it off here. Thank you so much for watching and listening. And we have other stuff happening on the channel, by the way, if you want to check that out. We have a wonderful community of S.H.I.E.L.D. people that does not include Peter Martinez. In fact, I warned them about you, so you should be flattered about that. We need to come up with an audio commentary pretty soon because there's just so many to pick from, but I just can't think of one. So, but yeah. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and end it off here and go to sleep because it is literally 1 a.m. Thank you all so much. Stay under our red spotlight and we will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.